Hello, this is the City of Paramount. We're just doing an audio check.
Of water is all they need. So drain, refresh, or cover anything around buildings that can hold water at least weekly and put away outside items that aren't being used. A message from LA County Public Health.
On the line.
El censo cuenta a todos los que vivimos en este país, incluyendo aquellos que no pensarías que también cuentan. Una persona en el hospital, sí, cuenta. Miguelito que acaba de nacer, sí, Miguelito ya cuenta. Los García y los Álvarez que comparten la misma casa, sí, todos cuentan. El primo Luis que acaba de llegar al país y está viviendo en el garaje de Pedro, también cuenta. El censo cuenta a todos para que a todos nos vaya mejor.
What happens when people take action against housing discrimination? My coworker was pressured by her landlord to pay her rent with sexual favors. My neighbor was told she needs to get rid of her dog, even though he's an assistance animal. They reported these forms of housing discrimination. When you don't report them, landlords are allowed to keep breaking the law. Housing discrimination is illegal. If you think you've been a victim, report it, like we did.
Fair housing is your right. Use it.
Call the Fair Housing Foundation today at 1-800-446-FAIR.
Good evening and welcome to the Paramount City Council Chambers at Paramount City Hall. This is a special notice that pursuant to Executive Order N-29-20 executed by the Governor of California on March 17th, 2020, and as a response to mitigating the spread of COVID-19, the meeting of the City Council scheduled for tonight, Tuesday, June 8th, 2021 at 6 p.m. will allow members of the public to participate and address the City Council during the open session of the meeting via live stream and or teleconference only. And with that, I will now turn it over to Mayor Brenda Olmos to call to order the Paramount City Council meeting.
Thank you, John. Good evening, residents. Good evening, staff. We'll go ahead and call our Paramount City Council meeting of June 8th to order. We will go ahead and start this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance done by Councilmember Lori Geen, and invocation will be done by Pastor Grady Jones from New Commandment Baptist Church.
Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Eternal God, our Father, and making creator, we come up for your presence, thanking you for another day. How blessed we are, Father God, been the land where we can come to worship and service like this, and your presence be in council meetings that is so much needed throughout this land. Pray for our national land, Father God, that brings some sense to this world, Father God, as we go through this trying time we're going through. Pray for our city as a whole, Father God. You know many things we need in our city. We pray for the unification of our city. Pray for our council members, Father God, those representatives as well, our law enforcement, those who give up so much to make the city what it is. Thank you for all you've done and continue to do for us and day in and out. Pray for Councilman Hanson, Father, touch his body, mind, soul, and Father God. Comfort like only you can do. And we invite your presence to be with us tonight, Father. May everything be done in decent order to your glory and honor. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Grady. Can we please go ahead and start with the roll call of council members, please?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Aguayo.
Here.
Councilmember Guillen.
Here.
Councilmember Lemons.
Here.
Vice Mayor Cuellar Stallings.
Here.
Mayor Olmos.
I am here. So tonight, we're going to go ahead and start off with some presentations. All right. Well, tonight we start with a special award. Tonight we are actually introducing a new form of recognition for members of our community. I'm proud, super proud to present the very first Mayor's Award of Excellence. The Mayor's Award of Excellence honors Paramount residents, businesses, or nonprofits that have had a significant impact on the lives of individuals in our town. It is my pleasure to introduce the first recipient of this award, Miss April Villanueva, who is joining us tonight on Zoom.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and Honorable City
Hi, April.
Council members, sorry.
So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and say some nice things about you, okay? So hold on.
Oh, thank you. I was ready to go.
I know. So April epitomizes the kind of person who, in the simplest ways, can have a very positive effect on friends and neighbors. She is known for helping a range of individuals in her neighborhood with things like translating letters and documents from Spanish into English. She runs errands for seniors who can't get out. She's just there for others, doing things that might seem minuscule, but can really make life easier when someone is in a bind. I guess you could say she's a true giver. On a larger scale, she has led a Girl Scout troop in town for the last 4 years, teaching important lessons of community service to our young people. She has also began the Paramount Community Facebook page that has attracted thousands of residents to share views about life in our city and engage in respectful, upbeat dialogue. For all of this and much more, I have selected April to receive the city's first Mayor's Award of Excellence. And I really want to show it to you, April. See if you could see this. Can you see it?
Oh, let me see.
So it's a beautiful crystal piece. This is what you'll be receiving from us. So April, are you ready for your speech now? We're ready for you.
I think so, yeah. Bear with me. I am truly honored to be receiving this award. To be honest, when I first heard about it, my first reaction was, I don't think I do enough to deserve an award. Maybe my dad was right when he said, maybe they want to start with the bar step low. I'm just kidding, but now you guys know where I get my sense of humor. I think that often with our busy lives, we feel that we fall short in all aspects of our lives, and that includes falling short in our communities. But this award reminds us that our work, no matter how small it may be, is appreciated. As mentioned, I do admin one of the Facebook community pages, and I've seen just how helpful sharing an informative post can be. I also run a Girl Scout troop here in Paramount and have seen how spending just a few hours a month with a group of girls can help them grow. And of course, with that said, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my fellow Paramount group admins and my fellow troop leaders for their time and dedication too. All the little things that we do in our city to help each other makes this such a wonderful place to live. I truly love my city and I'm grateful for all my neighbors. May God bless us all and thank you.
Congratulations, April.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, and congratulations. And did you guys notice the backdrop on her picture? I think it said City of Paramount.
It does, yes. I was ready.
Well, congratulations again.
I
On
don't
being,
get to interact a lot with adults these days, so this was a big deal.
well, again, congratulations on being the first recipient of the Mayor's Award of Excellence. And we congratulate you, April.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Have a
Madam
good
Mayor.
evening.
You too.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to Education Month. The City Council has long held an annual recognition of the students and teachers of the Paramount Unified School District. In keeping with that tradition, tonight we are proclaiming June as Education Month. In addition, we are honoring the current recipients of the Paramount Education Partnerships College Scholarships. My fellow council members and I will read the names of those being recognized while they are also shown on the screen. First off, we'd like to meet two very special students from Paramount High School's class of 2021. Joining us on Zoom are valedictorian Emily Lizarraga and salutatorian Melissa Munoz.
Good evening. I was just told to join the meeting, but I would like to start off by saying a big thank you to the whole city, admin, PHS staff, the support and guidance really did show in both Emily and I. So thank you.
Thank you. So are you Emily?
No, I'm Melissa.
You're Melissa. Well, congratulations, Melissa. So congratulations. Is Emily here joining us as well?
Yes, I'm here. I'm Jaiza Loud. I'm on work. But like Melissa said, I want to thank the faculty administration as well. We got this far because of the immense support, and thank you.
Well, congratulations to both of you for being leaders in our graduating class. And on behalf of all of us, we want to thank you both, and good luck in college and your future endeavors. So remember, come back to Paramount.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next, we have the top 25 Paramount High academic student class of 2021. High academic students class of 2021. These college-bound seniors had the highest GPAs in their class. They will be featured on street banners along our Boulevard of Scholars, and that's on Alondra Boulevard between Downey and Paramount. Vice Mayor Claire Stallings will be reading their names.
Thank you. The top two members of the class are young ladies, and we just met. Valedictorian Emily Zagara and salutatorian Melissa Munoz. And then we have Sakali Orta, MacGyver F. Shao, Karen Mendez, Desiree A. Muscali, Beatrice A. Vazura, Samantha Alejandre, Valerie Machado, Valerie G. Hernandez, Diana E. Flores, Jasmine G. Carnales, Daisy Rodriguez, Alexis J. Murro, Naomi I. Chavez, Charisma A. Garcia, Isabel Padilla, Daisy S. Castaneda, Brandon A. Reese Padilla, Esmeralda Figueroa, Natalie Z. Pitia, Ryan A. Aguilar. Harris A. Mendoza. Melanie E. Rodarte. Melinda Garcia. Thank you.
Congratulations to all, and thank you for representing Paramount so well. Now, Councilmember Aguayo will now present the names of the top 5 Paramount High volunteers class of 2021. These are students who have dedicated the most community service hours during their high school years. They will be featured on banners in the parking lot here at the Civic Center.
Kashima Garcia, 664 hours. Gabriel Zamudio, 485 hours. Karen Kennedy, 449 hours. Anthony Gonzalez, 296 hours. And Natalie Rodriguez, 262 hours.
Thank you all for contributing to our community in such a positive way. Councilmember Guillen will list the top 5 Paramount High Momentum students, class of 2021. These are students who overcame tremendous obstacles in their early years at school and then went on to become successful graduates. They will also be featured on the banners in the parking lot here at the Civic Center.
And they are Lokalani Spencer, Miriam Garcia, Ricardo Enriquez, Byron Diaz Ortega, and Kevin Chavarria.
Congratulations on committing yourselves to your studies and making such wonderful progress. Next, our Teachers of the Year from every campus in the Paramount Unified School District. We thank them for their outstanding work and for educating our young people. Councilmember Lemons will introduce them.
Thank you, Mayor Olmos. First, we have Olivia S. Arias, Early Childhood Education. Danny Roman, Alondra. Jasmine Velasco, Collins. Leah Cortez, Gaines. Christopher Hoagland, Hollydale. Maggie Barrera, Jackson. Justine Archuleta, Jefferson. Sarah Tatro, Mark Keppel. Miranda Montel, Lincoln. Giselle Juarez, Los Cerritos. Inez Cabrera, Moakler. Grace C. Yu, Paramount Park. Anastasia Ferreira Baez, Roosevelt. Megan Maureen Worcester, Tanner. Marisa Loza, Wirtz. Edith Cabral, Zamboni. Deringer Kane Dietz, Paramount High West. Brian Natazi, Paramount High. Wences Sabeda, Odyssey STEM Academy. Cynthia Marie McCoy, Buena Vista High. Jacqueline Okeke, Paramount Adult School.
Congratulations to each of you. You are truly appreciated. Now, we recognize our PEP scholarship recipients and donors. The Paramount Education Partnership, known as PEP, was founded in 2004. Since then, PEP has awarded 454 college scholarships worth nearly $1.4 million. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, our wonderful donors were able to give enough to award 31 scholarships worth $101,000. The PEP Board of Directors, all volunteers, do a wonderful job of guiding this organization year in and year out. Tonight, we thank them for their dedication to our community. President Matt Kanabi, Vice President John Tankledge, Treasurer Max Martinez. Okay. Board Member Javier Gonzalez, Board Member Alicia Valdez, Board Member Glenn Clausen, and Board Member Jose Baca. With us on Zoom tonight is Dr. Martinez, And Dr. Martinez, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Mayor Almos, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor Almos. Yes, I remember back, it was around 2004 when the PEP was started, but it doesn't seem that long ago. As I was one of the original board members to PEP, we and the business community came together that year and not thinking that we would go as far as we've gone with PEP, such as learning centers that are used by students for after-school help and by their parents for classes like English as a second language, Zumba, and many more. But of course, our vision was to help our students go on to further their education. Little did we dream, like you said, sending 454 students to different colleges all over the United States at the tune of $1.4 million throughout the years. But Mayor Almos, this year was a tough one, as it was with every entity. Without our annual gala to help raise funds, without our PEP March Madness in the schools to raise additional funds, and businesses having the toughest year in their entire business careers. But just to show you what this community is made of and how proud we are to be a Paramount business or a Paramount resident or a Paramount leader, our businesses with some sacrifices still donated, as you said, $100,000 to make sure these students could go on and further their education. So on behalf of this proud PEP board and all the generous donors, I congratulate these well-deserved students for a job well done and good luck on their future endeavors. But Mayor Almos, like you said, the only thing that I would like to ask of these students is to return to this community when you are done, just like some of us have done. And yes, some of you council members up there are good examples, and encourage other future Paramount students that they can also do it. Que si se puede. Congratulations to all the students and good luck. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Martinez, and thank you to the board for your continued support of our youth here and our students here in the city of Paramount. I think the PEP scholarship's gone a long way. I know Mayor Lemons, that was a huge passion of yours, and it's still continued today, and I just think it's just great that we're able to still give back to our community this way. So kudos to all of you. Thank you, Dr. Max.
Thank you.
The scholarships are given to students attending a 2 or 4 year college or a technical school and range from $1,000 to $4,000. Selection is based on academics, an essay, outside activities, future goals, and economic need. Here they are, along with the colleges that they will attend. Zaira Carrera, UC Santa Cruz. Esmeralda Figueroa, UC Irvine. Gabriela Gonzalez, USC. Sylvia Hernandez, UCLA. Mariah Magana, Cal Poly Pomona. Jocelyn Murillo, UCLA. Jasmine Augustus, UCLA. Diana Flores, UCLA. Yulisa Reveles, UC Merced. Melina Garcia, Northwestern University. Bianca Gasper, Long Beach State. Valerie Hernandez, UCLA. Juan Madrid, UCLA. Brisa Candelario, Otis College of Art and Design. Jasmine Cardenas, Stanford University. Valerie Ceja, UC Irvine. Isabel Padilla, USC. Charisma Garcia, UCLA. Eric Hernandez, UC Santa Cruz. Emily Pisa, UCLA. Ashley Yak Alvarado, University of Laverne. Marlene Gomez, UC Irvine. Myla Johnson, UCLA. Valentine Galindo, UC Irvine. Miriam Garcia, Cerritos College. Jorge Cervantes, Cerritos College. Ariana Montano, Long Beach City College. Justin Peralta Flores, Cerritos College. Julian Espinosa, Cerritos College. Crystal Martinez, Cerritos College. And Ariola Cervantes, Cypress College. So once again, congratulations to you all. We are so very proud of you.
Mayor Olmos, I know that we don't have an audience, but I am just so incredibly proud of these kids. Can we just give them a stand?
Absolutely. Bruins in that house. Yeah, that's great. A lot of Bruins on that list. All right. Congratulations. That's right. And now we are going to recognize the folks who made all of this possible. Our business community and others have been very generous since the beginning of this program with financial support. As I said, they really came through this past year in spite of challenges and adversity. We'd like to mention those who gave $5,000 or more to help our youth pursue their educational dreams. At $10,000, we have Maricon Vinegar, Weber Metals, and World Energy. At $5,000, Ace Clearwater Manufacturing, Air Products Foundation, which is the Benevity Community Impact Fund, Supervisor Janice Hahn, the R&N Crows Family Giving and Legacy Fund, Lions Plaza Garfield LLC, Ken Matsui Photography, Tony Manos of Domino's Pizza. We also thank everyone else who donated to the fund, the names of what you see on the screen. You all make our community strong. So that concludes our Education Month portion of our presentations. We'll now move on to another very important topic. Juneteenth. So President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, freeing the slaves in Confederate territory. In a shameful travesty of history, this information did not reach many of the enslaved people living in the South and Southwest until 2.5 years later, on June 19th, 1865. Since then, June 19th has assumed a special meaning to the African American community. Called Juneteenth, this day has been celebrated for nearly 160 years. As a sign of respect and support, the City of Paramount tonight recognizes the importance of Juneteenth. We encourage everyone to become more aware of the many contributions that the African Americans have made to the development of the United States. With us to accept the city's proclamation are Pastor Grady Jones and Public Works Commission Chairman Tony Warfield, both proud members of the Unity in the Community Committee. Hello, gentlemen. Provide this to you. This is a proclamation, and I'm sure both of you guys would like to say a few words to the community.
Thank you, Mayor Olmos. Thank you, City Council and City staff. This is actually really awesome. I really appreciate it and all the efforts that have been taken to try to erase some of the history of the contributions of African Americans from this country. I really appreciate the leadership of this body by making sure it stays in the forefront, especially in the eyes of our young children. You know, for me, you know, growing up, I had the opportunity to see a lot of things going to the Air Force and being able to travel around the world. So I have a special perspective on some things and how the world works. But there's a lot of children in this country today that feel like they have no history, like they have no worth. And being able to be recognized in such a fashion with this body, I definitely appreciate it. And I'm sure many of the residents do as well. So thank you very much, Mayor Olmos.
To the council and to the mayor, to the City of Paramount, citizens of Paramount, we thank you so much for this great day. To recognize the struggles of the Black and African American community. Having grown up in the South, I realized some of the things that people hear about. I experienced some of those things. I came through some issues in segregation, 57 school crisis in Little Rock, Arkansas, and to have this day set aside to recognize us having a freedom of speech, to be able to work in this world like everybody else without hindrance, it's a blessing to know that this city is taking time out to recognize this day for us. Thank you so much, all involved, council members, all. It's a blessing to be a member of the City of Paramount. I'm still waiting for my honorary council member badge so I can get by the cops. So thank you so much. Thank you.
And thank you both for joining us this evening in person. Next, we move on to our LGBTQ month. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer, or LGBTQ, Pride Month is celebrated nationally in June. This commemorates the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in New York City, which was a tipping point for the gay liberation movement in the US. The purpose of this month is to recognize the impact that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer individuals have had locally, nationally, and internationally. In Paramount, we are recognizing this month in solidarity with those members of our community who identify as LGBTQ. We also offer deep compassion for the difficulties that they have often endured, from bullying to hate crimes and more. With us on Zoom are Lachelle Viasley and Marcus Ramirez, members of the Unity Club at Paramount High School, who represent our LGBTQ youth, Club Advisor Ariana Bates, and Paramount High School Principal Christiana Kraus. Are you guys with us?
Yes, hi.
Hi, you guys.
Hello.
So here is your proclamation that will be delivered to your school, but at this time, would you guys like to say a few words to the community?
Marcus, do you want to share first?
Sure. Thank you guys for this award. As you can see, I'm holding my wrestling medal, which was one of my most prized possessions. But now, it's only the second. Thank you guys so much for the honor, and thank you for inviting me to this event. Thank you.
I want to say thank you to the City Council. Thank you to Marcus and Ms. Kraus for being here. And I just want to encourage everybody to be an ally, because to be an ally is to save lives. And LGBTQ people are interwoven into all facets of society. And thank you for your support. The Unity Club at Paramount High School has been thriving for 26 years. So thank you so much.
Was that the last
I
one?
don't. This is Christiana Kraus, and again, I want to thank you for recognizing our students and our advisors and our school community. And for this opportunity, as well as recognizing all of our students, we have made great strides and have been going on for 26 years, but we've been very intentional in recognizing all of our different community members and really being intentional to strive for us, as Ms. Bates said, to be allies and to listen, to understand, and to appreciate all the diversity and the beauty we have within our collective communities. So thank you as a city for recognizing it, acknowledging it, and affirming it. So thank you for having our students and our staff and recognizing all the beautiful and amazing accomplishments and the beauty within each and every one of them. So thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you for joining us tonight. So with that, that concludes our presentations tonight, and on behalf of my City Council colleagues, I want to thank everyone most sincerely for making Paramount so proud. Okay, so we will now move on to our City Council public comment updates.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment updates from the previous meeting.
Okay, so we move on to public comments.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have 2 oral public comments and 1 emailed public comment. So we'll go ahead and start off as we usually do with the oral public comments, and our Assistant City Manager, Andrew Villalpando, will handle the public comments. Andrew.
Try what?
Good evening. This is the City of Paramount calling for Alejandro Yanez.
Yes, it's me.
Hi, Mr. Yanez. We're calling regarding your request for public comment at the Paramount City Council meeting this evening. As usual, you'll be given 3 minutes to provide your comments to the council broadcast live, which will begin now.
Is this you, Villalpando? The Assistant City Manager? Anyways, don't matter. I'd like to start off with congratulating the graduating class from Paramount High and all the students graduating from any school that's advancing into their education and moving on in your education within the city or within the city. With that being said, I noticed that I never got an answer from the mayor regarding whether or not she's ever met with anybody in handball at any time during her service in her 14 years as a public safety commissioner under Peggy Lemons. I noticed that we've asked the same question to Peggy Lemons and to the current mayor. We've noticed that in the past 10 years, you've never included in the budget any money in the budget for 18 to 60-year-old residents. And looking at the budget that you're proposing this year, I don't see any money in that budget for that age group again. And I'd like to know why. Why is that age group being discriminated against? What is it that you have against that age group? Why don't we invest any money in 18 to 60-year-olds? You stated before, Mayor, that you spent 14 years of your life teaching young girls softball while you were a commissioner. Why did you never spend any time with young boys or young men, spending any time with them? If you pride yourself on being a community representative, spend some time with some other parts of the community. Don't just discriminate against everybody else. You know, we belong in this community. We're part of the community. We're trying to do the right thing and be good representation to the youth. Seems like you agree with the Parks and Recreation Director and slandering our handball courts and labeling us all drug dealers and gang members. That's disrespectful to us. You know, just like you don't like being disrespected on Facebook or any other social media, it's disrespectful what you support and letting the Parks and Recreation Director slander our sport. You know, we've lived in this community for many years. By no means are we any drug dealers or gang members. And that is just as disrespectful as what you take as being a sellout. So don't disrespect us and build our courts again. We want to remain part of this community.
Sir Yanez, you have 20 seconds left.
I think we hung up. I think he hung up. But before we have the next caller, I do want to make a comment really quickly. And I do want to thank Mr. Alex Yanez for actually taking me out to go meet some handball players one day that I was out campaigning in the Hollydale Park. Actually, I was able to meet quite a few of them as he introduced me to them. So I just want to thank you for that opportunity. And the other thing I did want to mention is I did spend about 4 to 5 years on the Paramount Youth Football League that worked with just boys for the city of Paramount. So again, I just wanted to make sure that I had that on the record, that I have been part of boys, girls, youth athletics, as well as had the opportunity to meet your handball players. We'll move on to the next.
Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
City of Paramount. Good evening. This is the City of Paramount calling for Bryant Medina.
Yes, this is C.
Hi, Mr. Medina. We're calling regarding your request for public comment at the Paramount City Council meeting this evening. We give our public commenters 3 minutes to speak to the City Council. That time will begin now.
All right. Good evening, council members. My name is Brian Medina, and I am a community organizer with Tree People. We're one of the largest and oldest environmental groups in LA County. And I wanted to invite you and the Paramount community to our Paramount Tree Summit happening on Thursday, the 10th at 7 p.m., and it will be on Zoom. To register, just go to tinyurl.com/Paramount Tree Summit, and all residents who attend will also get a free fruit tree just for attending. Thank you, and I concede my time.
Thank you for your comment.
And now, Madam Mayor, that concludes the oral part of public comments. Now we'll head over to the emailed public comments, and Ms. Luce our city clerk, will handle that.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. This comment is from Abelardo Jacobo, and as an introduction, Mr. Jacobo has requested that the City Council provide additional time for the comments. When I did a test read, it was about 4 minutes.
Okay.
So I will, and a copy has been placed on the dais for each council member, so you have all been provided a copy as well. So with that.
So why don't we go ahead and we'll go through it, and then let's see how far you are, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Jacobo is a resident at 8426 Elberg Street. I am a 40-year resident of the City of Paramount and live on the address noted. My public comment is not for an item on tonight's agenda, but for an item that was approved by the Redevelopment Review Board, RRB, and not heard by the Planning Commission, PC, on November 10, 2020. The project included the demolition of a single-family residence located at 8432 Elberg Street, adjacent to my residence, as well as the current dilapidated liquor store known as 5 Star Market. I'm addressing my concern at this time because I did not receive any notice to allow my neighbors or I an opportunity to participate in the RRB meeting of November 10, 2020. I visited the Planning Department on April 30th, 2021, after 8432 Elberg Street, single-family residence, was demolished and requested to review the project file. I spoke with Assistant Planning Director John King and Planning Intern Erica Barbero. They stated during my visit that because the property is in PDPS zone, they are not required to notify or provide an opportunity for members of the public to address the legislative body concerning any item on the RRB agenda before or during the consideration of this item, and referred me to the Records Department. I submitted my records request on April 30th, 2021. Officially, city clerks received it on May 3rd, 2021, and my request needed to be furnished to me within 10 days from the date of my request, which was Thursday, May 13th. As of June 7th, the city clerk's office has not furnished any records. Planning staff has only provided me with a one-page copy of the architectural conceptual plan for the structure and a link to the YouTube video of the meeting. Upon watching and listening to the presentation, and I was surprised that the RRB did not inquire about the size of the proposed structure. The location of the trash enclosure is within 25 feet of my living room windows and my home. I asked if the applicant practiced good neighboring ethics and reached out to the neighboring homes that are leased within 300 to 500 foot radius that would be impacted, and was told no. Why didn't staff member John King or intern Erica Barberos reconsider a proper location for the trash enclosures? I will greatly be affected from the stench of the trash that's within 25 feet of my living room windows and the fact that their proposed driveway apron will be placed adjacent to my driveway. I also questioned the new driveway apron to this planned development performance standard PDPS shopping center of 4 suites on Elberg Street. Why is a residential street, Elberg, being impacted to help a negligent store owner by placing a new driveway entrance for the ingress and egress of its patrons to this market/liquor store and not maintaining the existing aprons off of Wilburn Street? Anna Cross.
Ms. Luce, do you want to pause? Mayor?
Yes, I was like, I'm sorry. I
I'm
went like
sorry.
this to go ahead. I went like this to go ahead, but
Oh, go ahead.
I think we're fine. Go ahead. We're almost there.
Thank you.
Why is residential
The-
overview being impacted?
This contradicts your own municipal zoning codes of PDPS under sections 44-236, subsection A and B. But without any records of the approved project, I cannot confirm whether these provisions were considered by the approving body, RRB. The city attorney, during his presentation at the November 10th, 2020 RRB meeting, convinced the RRB to approve the project and stated that the city made the store owner an offer he couldn't refuse. I would like to know what this offer was. Is that what it took to convince everyone that the applicant/store owner met compliance? Basically, the RRB has approved a negligent store owner's plan and gave him more rights than the property owners of the neighborhood. I ask that you review and consider my concerns for this project and that all parties can work cooperatively to resolve any conflicts. Thank you for hearing me out during this public comment. That concludes the
Heidi.
comment.
Thank you. Do we have any updates on this, John? or,
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do. I will turn it over to Mr. Carver in a minute. But just to summarize his concerns, number one was the timing of the public records request. Similar to a previous resident that asked about their public records request, the law does say that we need to get back with them within 10 days, but that's to get back to the requester, letting them know how long it's going to take to provide the information. So yes, the 10-day period has come and gone. We did let the resident know how long it was going to take us. We told him that we will get back to him once we have the information to provide to them. In regards to the trash enclosure that he spoke of in great detail, that has since been moved on the plan away from his home to another part of the property. And then I will let Mr. Carver handle the driveway issue that has arisen. Go ahead, John.
Sure. So the property owner seems to be concerned about people driving down his street to get to the shopping center. That's highly unlikely. It's more likely that people are going to be driving either north or south on Downey Avenue and then turning onto Elberg to enter the shopping center. So that is our response to that. Regarding the, he had the name of the board wrong. It's the Development Review Board, not the Redevelopment Review Board. But regarding the Development Review Board and public hearings, the code does not require that cases that come before the Development Review Board to be a noticed public hearing, such as cases are that come before the Planning Commission. So there would not have been, there is not any notification on any Development Review Board case.
Mayor, almost can I?
Absolutely.
Have a question?
Absolutely.
Mr. Carver, the driveway that's on Elberg, did it previously exist with the other development, or is this what newly being added on Elberg?
This would be a new driveway on Elberg.
And if you say that it's not likely it's going to be used, what's the purpose of it?
Oh, I'm sorry, not likely to be used by people traveling from Anderson going east to enter into the shopping center. It's more likely that people going north and south on Downey will use the Elberg entrance. So his concern was people impacting his street.
Which is Anderson?
I'm sorry.
He's on Elberg.
Oh, he's on Elberg,
He's
right.
on
So the concern he expressed is people coming from Anderson traveling east to enter into the shopping center, where it's more likely that people are going to be traveling north and south on Downey to enter the shopping center.
And then back to the first question, if it didn't exist with the previous development, what's the purpose of it in this development?
Because the building footprint has been reconfigured, so the market that is there and the other structures will be demolished, and there's a new footprint. So the parking has shifted from Wilbarn to the front of the property. So that's the purpose for the Elberg driveway.
And then also, if I may add too, Wilbarn is the first street just north of Rosecrans. So already during school traffic hours, busier periods, cars are making left turns to get into Wilbarn to go to the corner strip center that exists there. If we were to put the driveway on Wilbarn, you would have even more ingress and egress on Wilbarn, thereby tying up cars that could back up all the way to Rosecrans on Downey Avenue. So the thought was to move the driveway further north onto Elberg Street so that there would be more opportunity for queuing of vehicles, so they won't have to make the left turn on Wilbarn, thereby backing up cars, if you can kind of see what I'm saying.
Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why entry off Downey Avenue is.
There is a driveway in and
why
off
it isn't
one or
Downey
two?
as well. Yeah.
That's a good question. Is there one or two off of Downey?
There's one on Downey.
One on Downey?
So I have a question, if I may. How far away is the driveway for this new or for the market remodel from his driveway? Because my concern would be that if I have a family with kids that play in the front yard near the driveway, that now I'm going to have a lot of vehicle traffic, which I didn't have before. I would be concerned about the vehicle traffic. And then if you could just clarify, when you say not likely, where does that come from, not likely? Was there a study done that says cars won't travel in that direction?
No. So addressing the first one, the driveway is about 60 feet from his property. So would be 60 feet to the east. We had our city engineer look at the parking and circulation. They concluded that the driveway on Elberg was recommended, and the driveway on Downey was recommended also.
Right, but it was recommended for the flow of traffic, but how does that show that it's, you can't determine which way people will ingress and egress from a location. I mean, it is going to increase the traffic on their street, no doubt. So, and my concern is there any other place to move that driveway? Because 60 feet isn't very far.
No, the footprint of the building would have to be reconfigured to close off that driveway.
I'd be concerned if I were him.
John, I have a question.
Yes.
The entrance of the commercial building, would it be facing Downey Avenue?
Yes.
I call it the Gillen Market.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't call it that, please.
I know, but I mean, that's how I grew up knowing it, but my apologies to you, Lori. Also, I had a concern dropping off my granddaughter at the senior campus. I've noticed that parents coming down on Downey Avenue heading north, you cannot make a U-turn on Rosecrans Avenue to come back to the senior high school campus. So they usually come down to Wilbur and make a U-turn and proceed to go down Downey Avenue South to get to the senior campus.
Right.
And if that market is kind of busy, I'm kind of concerned also about traffic during the spike time, dropping off and picking up students at the high school.
You're exactly right, Vice Mayor, if I may add. That's why I probably didn't explain it properly to Councilmember Lemons. That's exactly what I was referring to, that backs up. So leaving the driveway where it is today on Wilbarn, having a new center there with the 4 suites would impact traffic even more. That's why it was looked at to move the driveway to Elberg, the entrance to that, and not have that driveway on Wilbarn, exactly for that reason.
So my question is also, how far away is the garbage structure now from his residence? It was 25 feet, now it is?
We don't have a determination on that yet, but it will be, it will either be adjacent to Downey Avenue, or we'll move it down to the south on Wilbarn. So it will be completely away from his residence.
And then I noticed in here, you said it was not mandatory to do a public notice on this, but because it does concern residents, sometimes out of, common courtesy, if you can get their buy-in ahead of time, it solves a lot of problems. So if his concern is with the driveway and being so close to his driveway, have we looked at it like, what can we do to lessen the impact in his, if that seems to be his concern in things that I've read. Is there any way that we could assist him in putting some type of barrier, a fence line, just something that's going to give him peace of mind if he has kids or grandkids or kids of anybody out in the driveway, that there's just that little barrier, more so of that 60 feet line? I mean, we have to work with our residents as well. And I know it's not mandated, but sometimes, courtesy goes a long way.
Sure, we can go out and evaluate the property to see if a side fence would work as a barrier.
I think if we could get his buy-in, that would give everybody a peace of mind.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. But
Yeah, go ahead, I'll finish it.
I just need clarification on something. Because you said there's 4 suites now, is that correct?
Is that how many suites there were, John, in this, or 3?
There's 3. There's the market and then 3 suites.
And I'm assuming they all face Downey Avenue?
They do.
So I know I don't have a drawing or anything here, and it might be, but why can't there be just the ingress and egress on Downey Avenue? That's what I don't understand. I mean, if it's all facing Downey Avenue, why can't they come and go from that section? Why does there have to be one in a neighborhood?
It affects the parking if you reconfigure, because you have to make the driveway wider if you're going to only have the one entrance on Downey Avenue. So the driveway would have to be widened from what was approved, and then you have to reconfigure the parking. So given the footprint of the building, it does not work to do that.
What was the last comment?
Given the footprint of the building, it does not work to make that driveway wider on Downey Avenue.
So when you said the parking would have to be reconfigured to make the driveway wider, you looked at reconfiguring that parking and it wouldn't work?
It does not work.
Okay. That's what
Right, that was
my desire would be, is put them on
Sure.
Downey Avenue if it's at all possible.
Yeah. Obviously, especially in that neighborhood, one of our chief complaints is parking. So if the center doesn't park, and we don't have adequate parking.
No, I understand
yeah,
that. So
but-
that's what I was wondering, if it could be reconfigured
Got
to
it.
make it work, because it's the same thing, impacting those little small streets.
Absolutely.
If there was a way to do it. And yes, we don't want the overflow going into the neighborhoods, but that's why I was
Sure.
trying to make sure.
No,
Did
it's a
you
good
look at
question. Yeah.
making it on Downey Avenue? And you're saying, yes, you did, and you can't configure parking that way.
That's correct.
Mayor.
Absolutely, you go ahead. We'll
John,
finish this up. Yeah.
I think for myself, I think it would be helpful if maybe at our next meeting, you could bring a graph.
Sure.
Kind of explain to us, that way I can visually see it.
Excuse me, Madam
I
Mayor.
can drive by.
I don't want to intervene on this, but this is now becoming an agenda item. This item has been approved by the Development Review Board way back. I understand the questions you're having, but everything's been approved. The developer has expended substantial monies so far at this point. I don't think there's anything they can do at this point other than trying to make some visual, but having this reevaluated at this time would not be appropriate as an agenda item. Just wanted to bring that up. You can ask questions as you have been. I think those are good questions, but I think we need to have those lines of demarcation because the project's been approved.
Right. But we can, though, going back to what Councilmember McGeehan said, kind of look at some of the safety issues
Absolutely.
and look at that. So
Yeah, and I
Okay.
think that's a good point. I think Councilmember gave some good pointers about things that can be done at this point. And we are, as planning said, they are making changes where the trash enclosure is. But changing anything with the footprint has already been done.
Right, but I think the fact of the matter is somebody brought something before city council and they raised some good questions. And I think, we have to give our due diligence and ask some questions. And I'd be upset too if I watched a video and then it says an offer he couldn't refuse. We at least need to give him the common courtesy and hear him out and ask some questions.
Yeah, and
that's all I
let
think
me
we're trying
address
to
that
do right
offer
now.
we can't refuse, council member. That was taken out of context, like so many things in this letter. The context of that was that this developer or this property, as you know, has a history of chronic violations of code enforcement. I mean, it's got to the point where I was going to take him to court. on some serious matters. Okay? So when it came to the Development Review Board, this has been an effort that planning and code enforcement in my office have been working diligently to get them to that point. There was a stall there as far as getting the application and all the drawings and the paperwork in. And we basically told them that if they did not start in the construction of this, there would be legal ramifications. And so that was the context of that statement that I made, that we did not, because we were getting complaints, as probably you were, of what was happening at that market. There were a lot of calls for service of the police. There was a lot of graffiti. There was a lot of code enforcement violations, and we had to get them moving to change this. And so what it was that I urged the board to consider this application to get this project moving, or there would be legal consequences.
So, yeah, that's perfect. And I think that's what you need to explain, because I think he felt like it was something else. And sometimes that's what I'm talking about. Just walking over to the residents and getting their buy-in and explaining things to them helps solve a lot of the issues. You know, if somebody would take the time in a calm manner and say, this is what that meant, I bet you that would go a long way.
And that's to just getting back to the trash enclosure. That's exactly what we did. We met with the property owner when he brought us that problem. We willingly, without any hesitation, relocated the trash enclosure. So why he included that in his comments tonight, I'm not quite sure. Additionally, our city clerk was very, very clear to him on the deadlines for the public records requests, explaining to him all the whole process when we would get it to him. Again, I'm not sure why he included that on his. So we've been, with the exception of the driveway, because of the parking situation, we've been working with them and cooperating with this couple as much as possible over the last few weeks.
So my last question is, now that we move the trash can structure beyond the 20-foot area of his home, are we moving it to 25 feet of the other neighbor on Wilburn's home, where that would create another issue? Because I asked where it was going to be moved, and I really didn't get a clear answer.
Right. So it won't be near any residential property. It will be most likely on Downey at the north end of the property, or going toward the south end of the property toward Wilburn, but still very far from a residential property.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
all right, you guys. Good conversation, and thank you, Mr. Jacobo, for your letter, and thank you, Heidi, for reading that out to us as well tonight. Okay, you guys, we're going to go ahead and move on to consent calendar.
Move it.
All right, I have a motion by Lemons. Can I get a second, please? Oh, so I have a motion by Lemons, second by Cuellar Stallings. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen,
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cuellar Stallings,
Yes.
Mayor Olmos.
Yes. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to old business. We have a public hearing, Resolution 0114, confirming a diagram and assessment and providing for annual assessment levy.
Yes, Adriana Figueroa will walk us through this item, and then you and I, Mayor, have some work to do after that.
Thank you, John. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, let me get this to work. At the May 4th meeting, the City Council adopted resolutions number 21011 and 21012 related to the Landscape Maintenance Assessment District number 81-1. As you can see from this map, the Landscape Maintenance District 81-1 is essentially an industrial park area located on Orange, north of Rosecrans, and includes I can never say this word, Walhall Way and DeVee Drive. In accordance with the Landscape and Light Maintenance Act of 1972, the city engineer has prepared a report including the plans and specifications, estimate of cost, diagram of the Landscape Maintenance District, and an assessment of cost for the fiscal year commencing on July 1st, 2021. The assessments in fiscal year 2020-2021 were $14,200, and the assessment for the upcoming fiscal year 21-22 will remain at the same level. This assessment will be spread among the 29 parcels. This item requires a few procedural steps that are necessary. The first is to approve the intention to levy and collect assessments for certain landscape improvements and setting the public hearing date. All of this was done at the May 4th meeting, and tonight before you is the approval of resolution number 21014, which confirms the diagram and assessment and provides for the annual assessment levy on Landscape Maintenance District number 81-1. At this time, it is recommended that the City Council read by title only and adopt resolution number 21014. That concludes my report, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, do we have any questions before we go up to the public hearing? Hearing none. All right, so this is time and place for the hearing of protest or objections to the annual levy of assessment for Landscaping Maintenance Assessment District number 81-1 for the fiscal year 2021 to 2022.
Yes, and this is an announcement that notice of this hearing has been given pursuant to the provisions of the Landscaping Lighting Act of 1972, being Division 15 of the Streets and Highways Code of the State of California, and that the affidavits of publication and posting are on file in the city clerk's office. And this is further to announce that the number of written protests received so far is 0.
Okay. So at this time, do we have any of those wish to speak in favor?
No, there are no comments in favor, Madam Mayor.
Are there any for opposed?
And none opposed either.
So there's no need for rebuttal. So, City Manager?
Yes, I'm reporting that the percentage of written protests filed is 0, once again.
So after there's no discussion on this item, I'll go ahead and get a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Lemons and a second by Guillen. Can I go ahead and get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo?
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen?
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cuellar Stallings?
Yes.
Mayor Olmos?
Yes. Okay, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion, please.
Move we overrule and deny all protests read by title only, and adopt resolution number 21014.
Second. And I have a second by Cuellar Stallings. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo?
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen?
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cuellar Stallings?
Yes.
Mayor Olmos?
Yes. Okay, moving on to item number 13, review and approval for the 6-month review of the 2021 legislative platform.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Late last year, the City Council provided us with feedback for the preparation of our first ever legislative platform. This legislative platform was then adopted at the beginning of this year, and at that time, the Council directed us to come back with a 6-month review to determine if any of your priorities have changed. So here we are for the review. And also, we've made a couple of additions to the platform for your review and approval. With that, I'll now turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Mr. Andrew Villalpando, to handle this item. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. As you probably recall, this past January, you adopted the city's first legislative platform. The adoption of the platform established a process that streamlines the city's position on legislative matters at different levels of government, starting at regional, county, state, and federal. Based on the shared goals of protecting the city's position on different pieces of legislation, while also establishing a predetermined and unified position on a range of legislative issues, the idea behind this was to create a document that would allow us to quickly and efficiently respond to requests as we receive them to support or oppose legislation. So by its nature, the legislative platform exists as a living document, and that's what brings us here this evening. At its meeting in January, the City Council asked that staff return in 6 months so that we can do a review of the platform to see if there was any changes that we felt or that the council felt needed to be made. So just as a refresher, I wanted to just walk you through how the process works pursuant to the legislative platform. If your eyes can just kind of break this busy slide up into a top half and a bottom half. The top half is the part of actually including your input as a city council body in the legislative platform. So if you start on the top left, this is where the city council would discuss what they would like in the platform. A consensus would be reached, and all of that is input and inclusion from the city council as a body. Then you go all the way to the bottom right, and this is actually instituting the process, carrying out the legislative platform itself. So as we receive requests to take a position, staff would refer to the platform to ensure that it aligns with the objectives and goals that the city council has approved. Staff would then draft a letter, send the letter out, and then a copy would be shared with the city council as a whole. To date, staff has utilized this legislative platform to take positions on 17 legislative and regional initiatives, meaning that we've sent 17 letters out using this as a model. And of course, all items not in the platform will continue to be brought before the city council for direction, which is a common practice that most cities take. So here's just some, you've seen this before. These are just different elements that are included in the current platform as it exists. These are our guiding principles, which is to preserve local control, promote fiscal stability, promote economic development, and advocate for funding opportunities that benefit the city. These were the goals that we approved back in January that the platform currently contains: advocating for the city's best interests at all levels, transparency on legislative issues, encourage participation in regional matters that protect the health and welfare of our city, and seek grant and funding opportunities that would protect services, programs, and projects to enhance our community. These are our different areas of focus, which will lead me to some proposed issues that may need to be added that we're going to recommend this evening for you. Since its implementation 6 months ago, we have encountered different regional issues that were not included in the original platform. These are kind of recurring issues that we've noticed as staff are starting to pop up more in the region. So we're recommending that we add the following issues. So broadband infrastructure. We want to advocate for broadband infrastructure, also known as the digital divide. Despite our efforts to make strides in this area, there are economic and social divisions that exist, both for not just Paramount, but other cities in our area. We remain underserved in our broadband infrastructure. As I mentioned, it's known as digital divide, and this issue was really amplified during COVID-19 when families were throttled by slow internet, given their distance learning requirements. We've seen it all. If any Paramount residents were working from home in this community, they probably felt throttled as well. And it's just something that we're underserved in this area. So we want to add this as something to advocate for. The other thing we wanted to advocate for is back in March 2021, we sent a position letter to Governor Newsom expressing concern with how the state was determining how to administer their federal COVID-19 relief funding for utility-paying customers. Moving forward, we feel it's important as a city to support responsible initiatives that advocate for Paramount residents as utility payers. The amended 2021 platform is attached with your staff report this evening with the additions highlighted. Staff believes that the proposed changes will continue to provide the city and the city council clear direction and affirmative direction to take responsible positions on legislative and regional issues that impact our city. And with that, it's recommended that the city council provide input and directions on the amendments to the 2021 legislative platform and approve the revised platform as it sees fit. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Andrew. Any questions or discussion on this item?
I have a question for Andrew.
Certainly. Go ahead.
Andrew, part of this digital divide, I agree, we really felt the crunch when COVID, but a lot of the concerns is where these digital towers go up. And there was a lot of concern that, they produce cancer-causing radiation. So I would just think if we're going to put this on the platform, keep in mind that as important as this digital divide is and closing that divide, we also have to be an advocate for our students and our children in the community and think about where these towers go up. Because I know there were some complaints about a tower going up by schools, and that's a huge one. So if we're going to advocate for that closure of the divide, we also have to advocate for the placing of these towers, which is huge. And when we look at communities that are seeking equitable services, those are things that are overlooked. And it's not like we have to give up one to get the other. We just have to be strategic in its implementation.
That's excellent input, Councilmember. I do know of several cities in our area that are experiencing those sorts of challenges. So maybe it's a matter of adding some wording like we advocate for responsible improvements to our broadband and technology.
Not responsible, but maybe we'll have to work on that
Sure,
that
and-
verbiage. But yeah,
Yeah,
if we
we
could
can
put that
discuss
in the
that.
language, that would be great.
Absolutely. It's a good
Would it,
point.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
would it, I know when we developed our legislative platform, one of the areas was environmental impact and health impact. So, you know, I would certainly think that anything that comes up along that line too, and we're doing it, we're kind of gauged in there with that too, because we're supposed to be looking at everything as an environmental impact on us too.
Certainly. What we'll do is staff will take a look at this particular language with respect to the broadband stuff, and we'll bring it back to you maybe offline in a memo or something.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I was going to say maybe even along with the research that has to do with it and the exposure, you know, at what point does it become dangerous? What is the information, rumor or fact at this point? You know, I'm the first one to admit I haven't done my due diligence on that. I don't know. So while making those decisions, I think first we should research the actual item and see what the impact actually is, so that when we make those decisions, they can be responsible.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take a look into it.
You have a question, Vice Mayor?
No.
No comments? I was curious. So these are the two broadband and equitable utility rates. So were these a top two that we noticed that were coming in more frequently? Was there like a number three? Because I mean, there's so many bills coming out right now that I mean, they're just like coming, and it's just like to keep up with them is so hard. So I'm trying to figure out how are we choosing which ones to to recommend to add? Is there like a priority 1, 2, 3, or how are we deciding that?
You know, just in practice, what we did over the last 6 months was definitely one for the broadband. It was certainly
Sure.
just quantity.
Absolutely.
It's everywhere right now, and it's warranted for sure. The utility one was more of like we didn't think of that, but wow, that's really
Right.
important. We hadn't seen it when we were crafting the original legislative platform. We hadn't seen that in anybody's examples that we had looked at, but it's certainly important. I just feel like it was one of that staff. We all kind of put our heads together. So it's a combination of all those little strategies and approaches that we take. But I think it's, as you know, bills. It's just
Yes.
an ever-changing landscape. So
Sure.
we'll continue to monitor them and bring things up that was, we ping them and
Sure.
bring them to you.
So I mean, are we making like a running list and
Yeah.
keeping? Okay, perfect. Okay.
Yeah, and then also too, and Madam Mayor, answer the question, the goals and then the priorities that, the areas of focus that the council approved, some of them are pretty broad.
Yeah.
So it allows us some wiggle room to work underneath that and find where we can support a piece of legislation because it fits under a broader category. Additionally, all the organizations that we belong to are listed there. So that allows us to, if say California Contract Cities has us, or is requesting a letter of support or denial, whatever, we can look on their list and see, yes, California Contract Cities is one we belong to, so we will be sending a letter. So.
All right, thanks, you guys. So I'll go ahead and entertain a motion, please.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion. All right, so I have a motion by Quera Stallings and a second by Aguayo to go ahead and provide input and direction on amendments to the 2021 legislative platform and approve the revised 2021 legislative platform. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo?
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen?
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Quer Stallings?
Yes.
Mayor Olmos?
Yes. All right, we're moving on to new business. Item number 14, public hearing ordinance number 1152.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, this next item deals with a federal and state requirement for housing. In an effort to produce more housing units, the federal and state governments have mandated that cities adopt an ordinance that allows for what is called single-room occupancy developments. This is more commonly known as dormitory style housing or shared housing. Before you tonight is an amendment to our municipal code that would permit these style of units in our town. And we're recommending that these types of developments be zoned only in our multiple family residential zones. So with that, I'll turn it over to our planning director, Mr. John Carver, who will walk you through the item. John?
Thank you. Thank you, John. Madam Mayor and council members. This item is a request to amend the municipal code to establish regulations for single-room occupancy housing, or SROs, in the multiple family residential zone. This ordinance will allow us to implement a housing element program and to comply with federal fair housing law. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this code amendment at its May 2021 meeting. And as John stated, SROs are dormitory or small apartment homes that are typically developed with shared bathroom facilities. State law requires cities, through their housing element, to facilitate the production of various types of housing, including single-room occupancy units. Paramount's housing element includes a program to allow for these types of housing units. In 2012, the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development required the city to prepare an analysis of impediments of fair housing. Because the housing element contains a program to allow for single-room occupancy housing units, HUD is now requiring the city to implement this program and to remove this impediment. Some of the development standards include a density limit of 22 units per acre. SROs are only allowed in the multiple family residential zone. There is a maximum occupancy of 2 people per room. Each room must have a toilet, while shower facilities may be shared. Rooms must also contain an efficiency kitchen and a closet. Other regulations in the ordinance include a minimum occupancy of 30 days, 1 parking place per unit, and 2 spaces are required for the resident manager. This is a look at a project in Santa Monica. It's much denser than anything that could happen here, but you can see in the photo on the left that these aren't necessarily looking like dormitories, but they do look like a regular type of apartment. And it's recommended that the City Council introduce Ordinance 1152, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. Do we have any discussions or comments before we go into the public hearing? All right, I'm hearing none. Okay, we will go ahead and open up the public hearing. Do we have any testimony for those in favor?
No testimony in favor, Madam Mayor.
Those opposed?
And none in opposition either.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and motion to close the public hearing, please.
So move Lemons.
So we have a motion. So we have a motion by Lemons and a second by Cuellar Stallings. Can I go ahead and get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo.
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen.
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cuellar Stallings.
Yes.
Mayor Olmos.
Yes. Okay, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion, please.
I move we read by title only, waive further reading, introduce ordinance number 1152, and place it on the next regular agenda for adoption. Lemons.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Lemons, second by Guillen. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo.
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen.
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cuellar Stallings.
Yes.
Mayor Olmos.
Yes. All right, we're moving on to item number 15, approval, authorization to expend remaining youth league funding in fiscal year 2021.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have some funds left over in this year's Youth League funding accounts. And as a result, we're seeking your approval to reappropriate these funds to be used to purchase some much needed equipment for the Youth League groups. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Community Services Director, Mr. Dave Johnson, who will handle the item. Dave?
Thank you, John. Mayor and council members. So our current budget in FY21 for Youth League activity is $60,000. That breaks down to $15,000 allocated to our youth sports scholarship program that everyone plays, every child plays. And then $45,000 is currently budgeted as direct subsidy to the leagues. That further breaks down to $30,000 as the direct subsidy for 3 leagues that are eligible, and then $15,000 that the council allowed us to set aside to purchase youth league equipment for them. What we're currently purchasing for them with that $15,000 for girls softball, a pitch machine and hose reel. For soccer, a solar sea bin to store their materials. For baseball, they're getting 3 storage units to put on their ball fields, to put bases and things of that nature. And then West Coast Rebels football, we'll be receiving 40 new football helmets. Now, of that remaining $30,000 that is still in our allocation for FY21, we are working with the leagues to get them funded this year for the current membership that they have. Girls softball, what we're estimating is with their membership that they currently have and what they're eligible for, which again is they have to meet the 75% residency, and if you have a resident or PUSD eligible student, they get $55 per player. What we're looking at is girls softball will be eligible for about $2,100, soccer $6,750, baseball $5,500. And then West Coast Rebels, when they came on board, we were already in the process of eliminating this direct subsidy, so they never have actually received a direct subsidy from the city. So that total allocate of that $30,000, we're looking that we'll probably spend about $14,350. That leaves a balance of a little over $15,000. Both baseball and softball require field grooming to drag the fields, to prepare them for use. They both have donated groomers from the city of Paramount. Both are over 20 years old and are in disrepair and not repairable. I think at this time it would be wise of us to assist them with those field grooming units, to assist them in running their leagues. And we're recommending that the City Council approve the expenditure of those remaining Youth League funds in fiscal year 21 for those capital outlay items to support Youth League operations. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Do we have any questions or discussion on this item?
I'll move we approve the expenditure of the remaining youth league funding in fiscal 2021.
I'll second the motion, Councilmember Aguayo.
All right, so we have a motion by Lemon, second by Aguayo. Can we go ahead and get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo.
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen.
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cuera Stallings.
Yes.
Mayor Olmos.
Yes. All right, we're moving on to item number 16, approval, revision of community organization funding policy for service clubs.
Yes, sticking with the topic of organization funding, we've recently realized an issue that has surfaced with our current funding policy when it comes to our service clubs, and that has to do with the funding cap that exists. We'd like the City Council to make a change that would allow for more flexibility for the use of these funds by our service clubs. So once again, here's our Community Services Director, Dave Johnson, who will walk you through that. Dave?
Thank you, John. Mayor and council members. So under our organization funding process, there are 3 types of groups that we fund. The first one is community organizations. These are groups that provide a service to our residents that obviously the city does not do. Youth leagues, which we now know their direct funding will end in fiscal year 21. And then the third group are organizations like service clubs that provide events, and the funding that the city provides assist them in running those events. So back in 2013, the city took a policy to council which was approved that basically capped all the community organizations receiving funding at $5,000. We revised that policy in 2016 to allow those community organizations to receive funds for special events, but that $5,000 cap still remained. So at issue is that funding cap. This affects groups that are attempting to operate multiple events. So the examples that we have right now are the Latina Arts Foundation and Tepic Sister Cities. Latina Arts is probably the most obvious one. We asked Latina Arts Foundation to take over the student art show from Traditional Artists Guild, and that was funded at $5,000. That was, they had already reached the cap for that one event. So Latina Arts is actually hamstrung. If they want to do more community events and needs assistance from the city to make those events happen, they're already at that $5,000 cap. And again, they took that over at our request. Tepic also is in that same situation. They are receiving funding at the full $5,000 to help them conduct 2 events, the Day of the Dead and the Day of the Child event. Now, any attempt to expand those events, which actually Latina Arts and Tepic are working together to put on a new event, it would be Day of the Dead, but with added an ofrenda, where we'll have altars at Progress Park inside Plaza. It is a larger cultural event, and it requires more funds. They're also capped at $5,000. So What we're proposing as a revision is that Paramount Service Clubs that are eligible would be eligible for additional funding beyond that $5,000 cap for special events. Now, those events have to be an event that is not offered by the city. It is open to the general public and would be conducted at a city facility. The process, though, would be it would still come before council, so we would have to work with those groups, planning those events in advance, looking at their financial needs to make those events happen successfully, and then bring that back as part of the budget process to the city council, either at fiscal year budget adoption or at mid-year adoption. And we are recommending that city council approve this proposed policy revision regarding the funding of Paramount Service Club community events. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions or discussion on this item?
I'll move approval of the proposed policy change.
We have a motion by Lemons. I think I had a second by Claire Stallings. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen,
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Quer Stallings,
Yes.
Mayor Olmos.
Yes. All right, we're moving on to item number 17, proposed coffee with mayor program.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, the City Council recently requested that staff conduct research and report back to the council about a new public outreach program that the council would like to look into, and that was called Coffee with the Mayor. I shared some guidelines with the City Council previously about this, and a summary of the program will be provided tonight for your review and approval. And additionally, funds have been added for next fiscal year's budget, which will be introduced later tonight and presented for approval at the next City Council meeting. So with that, to go over the new program that we're proposing, Mr. Johnson, once again, our Community Services Director. Dave?
Thank you again, John, Mayor and council members. So the Coffee with the Mayor program obviously is an effort on the part of the council to engage with our community. So it's a community engagement platform. What we're looking at here are events in which coffee and light snacks would be provided for the community, and they have a chance to come talk to our council. It would be conducted at city park facilities or local coffee establishments. We attempted to make sure we had a location in the 4 quadrants of the city. We are looking at 4 events, quarterly events, starting in July 2021, and as John mentioned, it is in the FY22 budget. Our proposed dates and locations would be, and again, we spread these out through the city. The first one would be at Spanny Park. The next one would be at the Horchateria, Meadows, and then Starbucks. We did spread them out among Saturdays and weekdays, evenings, and mornings. The mayor would choose 1 council member to attend with her per event, so each council member would have an opportunity to participate in this with the mayor. There are no set topic. It is an open forum for our community to approach council in a very relaxed environment and ask questions. It is in the community promotion budget for FY22. And again, our efforts in marketing this would be through our website, social media, and our publications around town, and our inclusion in the Pulse Beat that the Chamber publishes. It is recommended that the City Council approve or modify the proposed Coffee with the Mayor program, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. Why are you limiting it to 1 council member?
For the Brown Act, so we can't have more than 2 council members at an event, otherwise it becomes a Brown Act issue.
Okay, so can we do like a list to see, like, make sure that nobody's on vacation for the month assigned and, okay, perfect.
Absolutely.
I have a question too. Are you done, Lori? Yeah. Sorry. I don't understand that being a violation of the Brown Act. I understand if you're both participating, because that was going to be my same question. I could see the mayor choosing someone to participate with her, like in Q&A or a presentation, but it's a public event. Why can't any council member attend that wants to?
I think with that question, I would defer to the city attorney.
Yeah, that's a good question, council member, but once you get more than 2 council members in any, even if it's a public event, but they start talking about issues that have to do with the city, then it becomes a jurisdictional issue of the city, and the Brown Act then applies to that, because you can have 3 council members there, and someone can ask a question that may have something to do with the city, and the 3 council members discuss, well, this is what we can do, and maybe we'll bring this up in the next meeting. You're now deliberating about an issue that's within the
So
jurisdiction of the
reason
city.
is it's because of the particular format.
Yes, that's
Because
correct.
it is actually to discuss city issues being put on by the
That's
city
correct.
instead of being like at a state of the city address. Where
Yes.
I get it.
Yes, that's very true.
Okay, makes
Very
sense.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh, for the
Mhm.
explanation. All right, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for this item.
Approval lemons.
Can I get a
Second,
second?
Aguayo.
All right. So I have a motion by Lemmons, second by Aguayo. Can I go get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen,
Yes.
Councilmember Lemmons,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Quer Stallings,
Yes.
Mayor Olmos.
Yes. Moving on to item number 18, resolution number 21015, update on the city's debt management and approving a debt management policy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This next item will provide you with an update on the city's overall debt status and how we currently manage this debt. You'll also see that we will give specific focus to the city's current level of our employee pension debt. We'll also explore with you the root causes that are responsible for the growth of this debt to the levels that we see today. And lastly, we'll ask the City Council to approve through the adoption of a resolution a formal debt management policy. So with that, I will turn it over to our Finance Director, Ms. Karina Liu, who will handle the item. Karina?
Thank you, John. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Once again, this is a review of our debt management and an adoption of a debt policy. When it comes to our finances, we always take the very conservative approach. You can see that in our budget where our spending is. We always spend within our means, and we have never gone out to borrow a loan or take out bonds as a city to balance the budget. It is clear in our investment policy, even where there is no aggressive investment options allowed. In fact, the investment policy states that safety of the investment is our #1 priority. Our existing policies set guidelines for us for our operations, yet we are nimble as an organization. We're adaptive and always be flexible to respond to different situations. One example is this past year, we quickly adopt a budget and shift a lot of our resources to respond to COVID-19, and we develop new programs to it. Like I said earlier, we spend within our means. Over the years, the city has never issued bonds or taken out loans to balance the budget. In terms of Water Enterprise Fund, it is a separate utility fund and operates independently. It does have loans with the iBank to finance the infrastructure needs, such as a new water well construction. Now, you may recall we used to have a Paramount Redevelopment Agency. Back then, we issued some bonds or we financed bonds to pay for infrastructure needs and economic development. In fact, you may remember some of the downtown improvements, they were paid for by the bond proceeds. In terms of long-term debt, there are two hot topics in the industry, and I'd like to go over that with you tonight. Wanted to show the total liabilities that we have and what we have done so far to mitigate them. First is other post-retirement benefits, so-called OPEB. What is included in OPEB is medical insurance for active employees and retirees. Next is pension. You may have heard about unfunded accrual liability, UAL, in the media or on a newspaper. Both debts were reported in our financial statements, CAFR, and details were disclosed as part of the footnotes. You may very well aware that in the CAFR, in our financial statements, it contains about 30 pages of footnotes every year, and a significant portion of the footnotes is dedicated to OPEB and pension. What is included in OPEB? OPEB is the benefits that we will cover medical coverage for retirees. We call it other post-retirement benefits. Currently, if you're active employees, your city council, and your dependents, you'll be covered for medical insurance. Other than active workforce, also retirees are included as well. In terms of benefit levels, there are two tiers. Those who retire before January 2011, they are covered 100%. Those who are currently active in the workforce or retire after January 2011, The coverage is 85%. As required by accounting standards, we started doing actuary study on OPEB liability since 2008 and 2009. The latest report that we just did last year shows the total projected liability is about $16 million. What does that mean? When we currently can pay as we go, we can totally afford the retirees' benefits and our current active workforce. Why do we have an unfunded liability of $16 million? So how this come up with this number is currently we are a young workforce organization. We have a lot more active employees than retirees. A decade from now, many of us will be retired. And then at that point, the city will pay for the active workforce as well as retirees and their dependents. And so this is to project many years from now, as we all retire, what will happen. The good news is, back in 2008, when we did the study, we realized this may become a problem in the future. So right away, we actually voluntarily set up a trust to start tackling this problem. So we, as of now, we have approximately $5.88 million saved up. So the total unfunded is net at $10 million. So what I describe here are the exact two options that we can do to tackle the unfunded liability for OPEB. We can pay as we go. Every month as we get billed by CalPERS for our medical insurance, we continue to pay. We also continue to pay into this trust. It's like a saving account for us. We put into this trust. The trust is with CalPERS, so they invest it for us. The interest that we earn will help us in the future to pay for future liability. If you recall, about a little over 2 years ago, we have an expert in actuary industry. Her name was Mary Beth Redding. She is a vice president of Bartel and Associates. Bartel is a very reputable firm in the industry to do actuary study. At that time, Mary Beth actually told the council that Paramount has done a really good job in proactively trying to tackle this liability problem when compared to other agencies, because we started doing this trust in 2009. The next stats we want to talk about is pension. Now, we are part of the CalPERS system. CalPERS is one of the biggest retirement systems and investors in the nation. There are 2 tiers of defined benefit plans. Those who are hired before January 2013 is part of Classic, and those who hire after this date is part of PEPRA, P-E-P-R-A. Classic's benefit is calculated as number of years of service times 2.5 if you retire at 55, and that multiplied by your personal wage, that will become your pension. As for PEPRA, the benefits is a bit reduced. It is, again, number of years of service times 2 if you retire at 62 times your personal wages. Now, in 2013, the state implemented new laws to change the pension formula for those who were hired after the January 2013 day. This is not something the city implemented. It is by law that it was changed. In terms of the cost, here is the breakdown. The pension kind of mimics Social Security in a way that there is employer portion and employee portion. For Classic, the employee portion is 8%. Currently, city pays 6% out of the 8%. Now, in the proposed budget, it is recommended that employees pick up additional 2% of the employee portion. As for the city portion for Classic, unfortunately, due to different reasons, which I'll go through that in a bit, such as market loss that we have experienced during the Great Recession, that really have created a lot of unfunded liability. Currently, the city's portion is at 40%. As for PEPRA, the law requires employees pay their own employee portion. Currently is at 7%, and the city portion is approximately at 8%. The reason why the city portion for PEPRA is so much lower than Classic is because this formula was developed in 2013. They did not go through the Great Recession. There was no market loss so far. How do we fund the pension? So every 2 weeks when we process our payroll, we contribute to CalPERS for pension. And of course, the money we put into CalPERS, they invest it for us, it will earn interest. Now, in an ideal world, the money we put in and interest should be sufficient to pay for future liability. But of course, it doesn't happen that way. So how did unfunded liability form? Well, as indicated here, we've gone through a recession. So CalPERS' assumption is that they will earn an average of 7% a year as investment earnings. Anytime when the investment earnings is below 7%, that creates an unfunded liability. And CalPERS in recent years realized that their assumptions is not conservative enough. So they're making changes to their assumptions that create further liability. Now, about 20 years ago, we are part of that. Many agencies were super funded. The stock market was going really well. CalPERS investing really well. The investment earnings is way exceeded their assumptions. Many agencies were super funded, and we will recommend it if we want to upgrade a formula. It won't cost us anything. So we did. But we were conservative. We didn't upgrade to the most generous plan. We upgraded from 2% to 2.5% rather than 2.7% or even more. But with that, after a great recession, the upgraded formula created additional liability, unfortunately. Lastly is demographics. People are living longer. With longer longevity, people are able to enjoy their retirement longer. That also create more liability. Here's some good news for you. Not only every pay period, every year, we've been paying what CalPERS requires to do. Proactively, the city has been voluntarily pay additional payment to try to pay down the unfunded liability. I will show you in a chart in a bit. And also, one thing is since the huge layoff we did in 2012, we have never gone back to a staff level like before. We maintain 90 active employees so far. So with a smaller workforce, that really helped control the increased liability for the future. Among all this, we did one more thing too. A few years back, we also set aside reserves is within our general fund. We currently have saved up about $2 million. So even when we don't have enough funding to pay for the unfunded or the unfunded go a lot higher than expected, we have money we have set aside we can pull out to help smooth out the payments that we need to pay to CalPERS. All these are great. I think we have done all we could. But now we come up with, we realize there may be more options for us, and I'd like to bring it to your attention. Interest rate has been really low. If you remember back in 2010, 2015, when we take our bonds for the redevelopment agency, interest rate was a lot higher, almost double, and now. Currently, we have analysis done based on our financial data. This is not confirmed yet by S&P, but based on preliminary study looking at our financial, we could potentially get a double A- rating for our bonds. And if we do that, we have that rating, we could potentially borrow at 3%. Now, CalPERS is charging us 7% every year. If we borrow 3%, it's like refinancing a mortgage loan. Instead of paying 7%, you're paying 3%. So potentially, that can have a lot of savings over the years. Another recommendation I'd like to bring to council is the $2 million we have saved up in our reserve. I'd like to open a trust. It's called Trust 115. That is similar to the OPEB trust that we currently have with CalPERS. So I would recommend that we put that $2 million into this trust. And if the council approves to do the pension obligation bonds, the unfunded liability will be paid off with CalPERS. But undoubtedly, sometimes CalPERS investment earnings will fall short of the expectation. It will create new liability. Then whatever we have saved up in a Trust 115, we can pull out and pay off the PERS newly developed liability. I feel that this is a really good options for us based on the current data we have. Now this chart here is if we do nothing. This is to remain status quo. This shows you the rising pension costs for us in the next 10 years. The green bar here shows you the additional discretionary payment that we have made to CalPERS in recent years. Prior to these two green payments we made in 2018, we also made another $900,000 to CalPERS. To control the rising costs, as I mentioned earlier, looks like we could take advantage of the low interest rate currently and really refinance this debt 7% to replace it with a 3% bond. As part of the due diligence process, we work with Bartell once again to do an actuary funding analysis. Once again, Bartell is very reputable in the industry. They are totally independent. They will have nothing to do with a bond process. And they have shown us very favorable results based on a 3% bond interest rate. And the next one is just the trust that I just discussed. Now, this is what Bartell did for us. So remember, they're actuary. So what they did is they use 1,000 different CalPERS investment scenarios in their calculations. Among the 1,000 scenarios, they are telling us 820 of the 1,000 scenarios we will have positive results. What that means is it will be a saving for the city if we issue pension obligation bonds now at 3%. What that means is the top, if I don't know if you can see it, it's at 82% likelihood of success. What that means is if we go out and take our bonds at 3%, assuming we got the AA minus rating, 82% will be saving money and potentially will be millions in the next 15 to 20 years. Remember the chart that I said we do nothing, status quo? That's the green bar. The green bar is showing you the cost of the pension will rise up for the next 10 years, and then it's going to drop. That's the green line is to do nothing. Now, if we take our pension obligation bonds, we can structure the debt to have consistent debt service for the next 13 years, and then the debt service will go down along with what CalPERS intended for the unfunded liability payment. Before the council can consider pension obligation bonds, the state actually requires to adopt a debt policy prior to issuing any debt. I have to say that this policy is consistent with our practice. The policy here is to provide guidance in the issuance and management of debt by the city. The objective here is to establish conditions to make sure that we know how to use the debt, to ensure that the debt capacity and affordability we adequately considered. It is to minimize the city's interest and issuance costs, and we have to maintain the highest possible credit rating and provide complete disclosure financial requirement. This is something we have always done. This is consistent with our practice. With that, I'd like to ask the council to receive and file this report and adopt the debt policy with resolution 21015. That wraps up my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, council, do we have any questions or discussion on this item?
Yeah, Madam Mayor.
No, I know. I have notes. I have some notes.
My head's like spinning.
There's a lot there.
I have to admit, with these partitions, I missed some of what you were saying, so I'm looking for some recap on something. So the debt policy resolution is a proposal for?
Okay. State law requires if we were to go out to issue debt, we need to have a policy just to make sure that we're not issuing any debts irresponsibly. And with each debt, it comes with responsibility the city has to do. For example, we have to do the disclosure requirement. And it's making sure that we're not issuing debt for something else. So it's just make sure that we
All the
responsible.
discussion about the issuance of the bonds then and the interest rate of 7 and 3, wasn't that a proposal of something to do? Did I miss some main point?
We're not proposing a bond tonight.
Right. The bond issuance will, we plan to bring that before you at the next council meeting.
Okay, so
Um,
that's what
yeah.
I wanted to
Yeah,
be
this
clear on.
is-
So this is
right.
just a policy that the state is
Correct.
requiring, but we're not making the decision tonight about
That is
the bond.
correct.
Okay, that was the in and out that I'm like, well, are we making this or aren't we?
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, there will be a full report on the issuance of the pension obligation bonds at the next council meeting. But before we even do that, the council has to adopt this policy. And this policy doesn't tie you to approving the pension obligation bond at the next meeting. Whether or not you approve that is irrelevant for the, well, I'm sorry, it's relevant to if you approve it, but if you don't approve it, you can still have a debt policy in place.
Okay.
It's just good practice
All
to
right,
have a debt
that's,
policy.
that's the part
Yep.
that I wasn't sure about. Thank you,
No,
Madam
you're right.
Mayor.
I mean, you guys, is there any more questions on this side? I have a couple now. Councilor McGeehan?
No, I'm good.
So, I mean, and I guess I'm just curious in going back in history. So if this was done in 2017 when it's SB 1029, the city has never done this before?
No, we have not issued that, so there's no need for us
Okay.
to do it.
There, that's a great answer. Okay. And can you go back one slide? I just want to understand on your bar graph or on the status quo. So why in 2029 to 30, just for my education, why would it go up those first months and then dip down? Is it like an interest or? So look over years 2029 and 2030 how it went up.
Mm-hmm.
The status quo, it peaks up and then it goes down. Is there any particular reason why it peaks up at that time?
You know, that's a very good question. This is based on what CalPERS prediction. They're telling us we keep status quo next 10 years based on all the assumptions they have. The cost for us going to continue to rise up until we hit a point that our unfunded liability is pretty much paid off.
Okay.
And so they're going to drop it once we meet that liability amount.
In there.
So, and as you can see from this slide, we wanted to give you kind of a precursor to what you'll hear at the next council meeting. And that's that if the council decides to issue pension obligation bonds, the savings would be close to 9.17 million
Right.
over time.
Okay, so that's what I was gonna ask when the mayor asked her question. We're looking at two options here. That's the divider line, right? Status quo if we do nothing, and then what we do if we issue the bonds. Okay.
Is there a chart for the bond issue? If we were to go down to the 3%, do you have a chart like this to show that it isn't going to increase at that level? And then the even out and then buy down time?
Yeah. So if we the constant bar is our debt service amount. So once we issue bonds, we get cash from the issuance of bonds. That chunk of money we pay CalPERS.
Okay, I
so
see.
the green bar
I
will
see the
disappear.
bars now. Okay.
So our liability will be from the green bar become the flat rates that we need to pay.
Got it.
Yeah, it's just like refinancing a mortgage.
Are you gonna
Yeah.
be here for the next
I know.
presentation?
She
We need to have a
cannot leave
pre-pre,
until.
Karina.
Yes,
before-
I'll be here.
Did you say that's gonna be at the next council?
Yes,
meeting?
ma'am.
And can I make a suggestion so that you can practice and prepare if it's possible that you give that presentation from the dais?
Oh, okay.
I lose so much with the
For these
it either
partitions, yeah.
echoes or I can't hear you in some low points. So if you would give it from there, because it's very
Okay.
Sure.
held and
Sounds good.
important. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. Great presentation. All right, you guys, I will go ahead and entertain a motion on this, please.
Move we read by title only and adopt resolution number 21015.
Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Lemons and a second by Guillen. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo.
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen.
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Quer Stallings.
Yes.
Mayor Olmos.
Yes. Okay, we're moving on to item number 19, receive and file update to employee compensation study.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. In 2018, we produced the city's first ever classification and compensation study. This study was done to properly classify our employees, thereby ensuring that their duties are clearly well documented. The other half of the study was to determine how our employees are compensated relative to other comparable cities. So it is industry standard to update the compensation portion of the study every 3 years. And this has been done. And our consultant is joining us tonight to give the City Council a broad overview of the results of the report And then our Assistant City Manager, Andrew Villalpando, will wrap up the presentation showing what our proposed plan is from this point forward. And as you'll see when Andrew presents that portion, our plan is very similar to our previous plan that was presented to you a couple of years ago. So here to kick it off, the presentation is Mr. Doug Johnson from Ralph Anderson and Associates. Mr. Johnson, are you with us?
Hello, good evening. You can hear me okay?
We sure can.
All right, very good. So somebody's going to move the PowerPoint through for me. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So I'm going to just highlight a few items on each of these pages, and I'll try and keep this brief. Pay plans are a combination of developing a structure based on market data and internal relationships, and it is kind of tied into your classification structure and your organization structure. So doing this survey update relies on kind of the existing structure, and we're essentially utilizing market data to understand that piece of it. There's also a need to look at internal relationships and kind of ultimately bring that together, and I think the city will talk about that in terms of update for next steps. Next slide. So the reason that we do surveys is they provide data to inform decision makers to be strategic, in this case, about compensation. The idea is at the end of the day, you want to be able to recruit when you have job openings, and you want to minimize turnover because that can be expensive. And so by analyzing what the market is doing, it helps you to position your compensation plan so that you have the ability to recruit and retain. It's also necessary to look at market data in the off chance you end up ever having a labor dispute or issues in terms of a meet and confer process. Fact-finding, arbitration, mediation, those kind of processes are very data-driven. So data helps inform decision makers, and it informs the stakeholders that are involved in looking at compensation. What we do in the public sector is no different than the private sector. Both types of employers will acquire survey data or information about the marketplace, and then they will make adjustments strategically based on their ability to pay, what they need to pay in order to recruit and retain employees, and what they need to do in terms of being consistent with market practices. Next slide. So in this case, we had a list of survey agencies. This is maybe slightly different than prior years. When we're selecting survey agencies, we're looking at historical practices. We're looking at the nature of services. So in this case, water operations is an example of something that we wanted to make sure we factored in, that we had agencies that had those kinds of jobs. We look at their proximity. Ideally, an agency that's closer is going to be a more direct competitor, particularly since an employee won't need to move. They'll just need to, kind of change their commuting direction, maybe a little bit of distance. And then we also look at size. So we can look at population served, revenues, expenditures as kind of a general guideline in terms of size. We do have an additional index in here. Cost of living can be a variable. It's an economic consideration in terms of trying to compare agencies or locations that are similar in cost of living. In this case, most of the choices that you can compare to are slightly lower in cost of living. And we use an index published by the Economic Research Institute. And those numbers that are here, if you see Bellflower, according to their index, Bellflower is 89.1% the cost of living of Paramount. But when you look at their wages, so this is just looking at kind of broad-based wages paid within that community, according to their index, you're very similar to them. So oftentimes, cost of living differences don't necessarily correspond with that kind of same difference in terms of wages. So those two indicators can help us look at economic similarity. And you have lots of choices in terms of agencies because of your location. There are dozens of cities within fairly close proximity to you. So this was a selection process that was looking at balancing these factors in terms of distance, size, and economic similarity. Next slide. Real quick, our survey process, it was tailored and customized to this survey. We're not reusing data. We don't have a database we use. So we're essentially contacting the agencies, obtaining source documents like job descriptions and salary schedules, MOUs, benefit summaries, position allocations. And we're going through a process of analyzing their pay plan, their classification structure, their organization structure. We're determining job matches, and then we're essentially compiling all the data, arraying it and reporting it, and then producing the results. The city looked at our results, had questions. It's typical to have some review and comments, and some jobs may be a little bit trickier to match to the marketplace due to differences in organization, structure, and reporting relationships. So typically we get a little bit of back and forth and we are able to refine the data into the result you have tonight. Next slide. So the scope of the data that we collected, we looked at base salary, which is the primary component. If you do a pie of total compensation, base salary is going to be the biggest slice of that pie. Then we look at cash benefits, so things like longevity pay, employer paid member contribution. You're one of a few agencies that still has that practice. Deferred compensation paid by the employer, uniform allowance, education incentives, and health savings accounts and those sorts of things. So those are all cash benefits we can look at. Insurance benefits, we looked at health, dental, vision, life insurance, long-term disability, and then we also look at employer retirement and leave benefits. One quick comment on employer retirement, and you just had a great presentation talking about all those elements. Employer retirement, we have a couple factors to consider. Number one is we have PEPRA employees, those employees that were hired after 2013 that didn't have a qualified or weren't in a qualified pension plan. So you have a percentage of your workforce that is in a PEPRA tier of retirement. For all intents and purposes, there is no differentiation between cities. When we look at PEPRA, the costs and benefits are the same for miscellaneous non-safety employees. When we look at a classic level employee, we do have some differences. We can have differences in formula. Some agencies can be a 2 at 60 as an example. You're a slightly higher formula than that, a better formula than that. And that can have an impact in terms of cost. The problem is that the employer cost, as you saw tonight in the prior presentation, is driven by the unfunded actuarial liability. And there can be a number of factors that contribute to the size of that. And it varies from agency. Some agencies will have closed tiers. And so the classic tier cost is going to be a little bit different because they only have a few employees that are in that tier. So all that's to say is that we kind of put an asterisk on retirement costs, and it's a consideration. We certainly look at it. And I do have a chart later that I'll talk about this, but keep in mind it's not something that you can change, and it doesn't necessarily equate to you having a better retirement benefit. It's a cost structure that is underlying that based on CalPERS. And some organizations have, spent reserves to buy down the UAL. Some are doing pension obligation bonds like you were presented tonight. So there are other factors that kind of go into affecting those rates. All right, next slide. So this is a chart that kind of shows the distribution of the base salary survey. So the idea is to start in the middle and say, okay, if we're looking at the marketplace and looking at the median, and the median is a good central kind of target. If we look at the survey marketplace, that's the middle, that's the 50th percentile. So if you can position your pay plan there, half the agencies will pay above you and you pay above half or equal to the other half of the agencies. So it's a fairly common target for public agencies. It's also fairly common in the private sector. If you're a really large entity or you have a difficulty in recruiting or you have some other factor that's different, some organizations might pay a position higher to like the 75th percentile. So that would be a position where only a quarter of the agencies pay above that point and you're paying equal to or as high as 75% of the agencies. But in this case, we're looking at median, and that shaded area in the middle, if all things were perfect, you'd have most of the survey results in that shaded area. So starting in the middle, if we go left, from the middle going left, you had 6 job classifications we surveyed that were from 0 to 5% below median. And then we had 7 job titles we surveyed that were 5 to 10% below median, 7 job titles that were 10 to 15% below, 10 job titles that were 15 to 20% below, and 5 job titles that were more than 20%. So it's hard to see a bell curve when we have a sample like this, but you end up having a situation where clearly most of the job classifications that we surveyed are below market median. We do have some jobs going to the right, so we had 3 job titles that were 0 to 5% above median, and then 2 and 2 job classes that were 5 to 10%, and 2 job classes that were 10 to 15% above median. So this is a distribution we kind of expect that we're going to have some on the right-hand side that are maybe higher than market. There could be very good reasons for that. It could be due to an internal equity type of relationship or some unique structure in the city. Sometimes it also could just indicate kind of a sample size fluctuation. For some of these data points, we have matches from all agencies, and others we might have only matches from 6 of them. So that can influence the data a little bit. But what this is generally showing you is that you're below market median, and I'll talk about that more when we get to a later chart. Next chart. So the other thing that we like to look at is to look at benefits. And the idea here is to say, if you're on average 9.6% below market when we just look at base salary, which is the first bar there. So if we look at that prior chart, on average, you're 9.6% below median. What happens when we add in cash benefits? So as we add in things like longevity pay, paid by the employer, deferred compensation paid by the employer, the EPMC, where the employer is paying all or a portion of the employee retirement contribution, how does that shift things? So when we add those elements or those benefit factors for the survey agencies and add it for Paramount, you end up kind of improving your market position slightly. You go from 9.6% on average below median to 8.9% below median. That's not really a significant change. Most of it is because you have EPMC. And so one thing to keep in mind is that if we are talking about a PEPRA employee, that gain wouldn't occur because you're not paying that contribution on behalf of an employee that is in a PEPRA tier. But we do like to model the classic tier because you are recruiting employees from other cities and you potentially lose people to other cities. And so if there is that kind of qualification of being able to come in or leave and get a classic level pension, then we want to kind of count for that because otherwise there is no difference. So that's the difference between base and cash benefits. If we layer in insurance benefits, you go from 8.9% to 8.8% below median. That's almost no change. So what that's validating is that your insurance benefits are generally equal to or similar to the labor market. And if we just focus on those first three bars, our conclusion is that your benefits are really not that significantly different than the market, meaning you don't gain a lot of ground on the marketplace because of your benefits. They're not overly rich or they're not overly excessive. By equal measure, you're not losing ground or losing market position when we add benefits. Where there is a difference is in that final bar, and that's adding in employer retirement costs. And you have employer retirement costs that are different or causing a gain relative to the marketplace. And again, as I said before, most of that is going to be the UAL that's in the calculation for retirement, and there's really not much you can do on that. That's kind of a baked-in cost in terms of your retirement, and it may not reflect again the fact that there's differences. I think you're 2.5% at 55. That's some agencies are 2.7 at 55, and they have a lower formula or lower employer rate than you do. So again, this is just a reminder that that's kind of like an asterisk on that 1.6% difference there because, again, the actual benefit the employee is receiving is really not that different. Next slide. Oh, I think that then this is going on to somebody in the city I think is going to finish this.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. This is Andrew speaking. I know you can't see us, but thank you so much. So yeah, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I'll kind of wrap up and then I'll bring Doug back in to answer any technical questions you might have about the actual study. But I wanted to just kind of summarize for you some key takeaways and then more importantly, what our approach internally as an organization we're going to do. So let's go through this for a moment. So as you can see, Doug and his team over at Ralph Anderson Associates, they really did an exhaustive and comprehensive review, a very in-depth analysis of our employee compensation. Using the experience we gained from the last time we did this several years ago, I'm sorry, is there an echo or?
It's the interpreter.
Oh, it's. So I'll continue. Using some of the lessons we learned from several years ago when the first time we did this, the class and comp study together. Again, this is just the compensation study. We've really made an effort to spend months working hand in hand with the consultant to ensure that the information we collected from other cities was accurate, it was as informative as possible, but that it was a true comparison, truly like an apples to apples situation here. And what's important here is that we wanted to make sure that the study was not only valuable for us decision makers as we bring forward a budget to you, but also for the employees to ensure that the employees are working for what they're valued for when compared to the market. And That's important for any organization you work for, whether it's private or public. So, being that we conducted our first ever survey 3 years ago, we set out on a strategy then to bring our employees closer to the market median. And that's really the same strategy we're going to approach, we want to use again this time. I would be remiss if I didn't expand on what Doug mentioned and the importance of even doing a compensation study. It really allows organizations to truly be informed when we make these really important business decisions. It gives us reliable benchmarks based on our industry, the size, and our closest competitors for talent. It allows us to better understand and manage what the market for talented employees is out there. And so what it really comes down to is recruitment and retention. We want the most qualified and the most talented employees, and this is one big step in ensuring we can continue to do that. So internally, we applied an analysis to come up with an approach that would be equitable for all positions, but also prudent, because we're talking about using public funds to do this, salaries and compensation. So as you'll see in the next couple of slides, we wanted to use a phased approach that aims to achieve long-term target goal. As Doug mentioned, there's like a sweet spot of 5%, having positions in our organizations that are 5% or 5% below that median market rate. And then, of course, there are always external factors that are at play. What the budget outlook is, as you know, budgets change every year. Just something to keep, as you'll hear on the next presentation of the FY22 budget, there are things like minimum wage laws that are coming into effect that we have to take into account. There's a lot of those things. Market comparables change, consumer price indexes change. So all of these things are external factors that we try to take a look at when we figure out our approach on how to make our market right. So what you're seeing right here is an illustration of the analysis that we did as staff. We used all the data that Doug and his team put together, and we did our best to put it all together and really analyze it. And this is the illustrative version of what came out of it. And I apologize. The lines are a little bit off, and it just happened because of the way that the screen is. The printouts reflect something a little different, but I'll walk you through it nonetheless. So it's very important that when we were going through this and explaining to our employees, when we kind of gave them a summary of what the compensation study results were, it was important to note that comparisons that Doug did and his team did are not based solely on job titles. That's very, very, very important. The comparisons we made, that the consultants made in this study, are based on duties and responsibilities. The reason that's important is because, for instance, and this is an example that I use when explaining to employees, is me as the assistant city manager, I oversee several different divisions, as you know, HR, economic development, IT, and so on. But the assistant city manager in another city may not oversee those same job functions. They may do more, they may do less, but we need to study the job classifications roles to really draw, again, that apples to apples comparison. And that's what you're seeing here. Using this as kind of a jumping off point, this is where we begin to come up with an approach to correct the salaries of the most under market positions. So here we grouped our positions in increments of 5. And again, the lines are a little off, so I'll walk you through it. But 5% based on how far below the market our positions are. Again, these are not individual employees, but rather positions. So you'll see that positions are between grouped between 0 to 5% below the market. So if you can kind of just imagine that first phase 4 line just a little bit to the right. Then those positions that are 5 to 10% below the market, 10 to 15% below the market, and so on. So what you see here is our recommended approach to bring those positions that are most severely under market, or as we call them, phase 1, into phase 2. And those two positions are IT analyst and I believe it's water supervisor. That might be a typo. I'll have to go back, but I believe it was water supervisor. If not,
Yeah, it was. It was.
Yeah, it was water supervisor. Okay, so I apologize for that typo, and we'll make sure to get you the accurate description there. So in a perfect world where money is no object, phases 1, 2, and 3, everyone will be moved into phase 4, that final phase. But that, just to, hypothetically, anecdotally speaking, you're talking millions of dollars to do that, to get all of these positions into that group at the median level. So instead, what we do is we look at our projected budget and our ability to afford these adjustments. And that's what you see here. So this is after, so later on this evening, you'll receive a presentation where we're recommending that we move the two most bottom positions into phase 2, which were these right here. So going forward again. So we can get them into that 10 to 15% below market. And this is how we look. This is what our approach look. This is what our approach looks like when looking at it on paper. So what are the next steps? As I mentioned, we're going to propose to you recommended salary adjustments to the most below market phase 1 employees. This includes adjustments to the respective supervisors who will be impacted by compression. So compression, that's a term. Let me explain that a little bit. If you're not aware, what compression refers to is when there's little. It occurs when there's little difference between a subordinate's pay and the supervisor's pay. As you raise the subordinate's pay a little bit, it compresses that difference between the roles and the responsibilities of the supervisor. So we want to avoid that. In a healthy organization, the pay difference between a subordinate and a supervisor is typically between 15 to 20%, and that's what we want to aim for. So we want to avoid compressing or that compression. And so when we make adjustments to our employees to bring these below market employees, we also got to take a look to see if we're going to impact those supervisors. And in this case, with these two specific positions, that was indeed the case. So you'll see that reflected also in the next presentation in terms of our recommendation. Future market compensation adjustments will be reviewed in conjunction with the annual budget adoption process. And that's an important piece of understanding what we can afford and what is feasible and prudent. And just as importantly, and we've really conveyed this to all employees as well, is that although we're not recommending any changes to the part-time employees' compensation at this time, we intend to do so when we really take a holistic look at the minimum wage changes that have to occur mid FY22. So the state law, we're in the last phase of our minimum wage adjustments pursuant to state law, which will need to take effect January 1st. That's when we're going to really take a look holistically at what we can do to adjust part-time pay and also address the compression issue then. So the key takeaways from what Doug presented, what the compensation study resulted in, is that our city salaries are generally below the market median of comparable cities. For full-time positions, specifically, 69% of the surveyed jobs are more than 5% below the median. 10% of the surveyed full-time jobs are more than 5% above the median, and 20% of the surveyed jobs are within that 5% sweet spot. Overall, the city's base pay is 9.6 below the market. However, when you include all of the benefits, including retirement and the employee-paid member contribution that we talked about a couple times this evening, we're only about 1.6 below the median when factoring in benefits. To continue with our key takeaways, bear with me for a second while my remote just kind of took a, okay. Continuing with key takeaways is part-time pay is 9.3 below the market. Again, this is an issue we'll address mid-year in conjunction with the adjustments to the minimum wage law. Management jobs are further below the market than non-management jobs. Our city benefits are comparable to the labor market, with the one exception of the EPMC, which we are much more generous. Only 2 of the cities surveyed that Doug presented pay anything at all or a portion of the EPMC. So we are certainly in unique company when it comes to those generous benefits for employee-paid retirement. And with that, Doug and I are available to answer any questions you might have.
All right, council members, any questions or discussion on this item this time? All right.
Andrew, on the longevity, how often is that given? Like, is it every 10 years, 20 years? Because when I worked for the school district, you know, you work 5 years, you got a longevity. If you work 10 years, you got a little increase.
The longevity pay benefit?
Yes.
I'm not.
Yeah,
we
it's
don't.
typically going to be 10, 15, and 20 years. I don't think there's maybe one agency that's more than 20.
Yeah, I was just informed. We don't actually have that benefit. I think Doug, was that an example you were using as part of your presentation?
That was an example.
So there are some that are paid in the survey agencies, and so as part of the cash benefit analysis, we actually factored in or looked at the 5 or 6 agencies. I think there's 6 agencies that have longevity pay.
We're not one of them.
You're not one of them.
Okay, thank you.
So I just have a comment. I think I'm glad that you called out the apple to apple about job description versus what a job description is and actual job responsibilities, because that's super important. But you know, can you go back to that slide, because I'm a little, the lines I know were a little crooked. I just want to ensure just really quickly. So who are you looking to move into phase 1?
So it will be the positions. So phase 1 are currently what we're considering those beyond 15% below, and there's 2 positions. It's the IT analyst,
Got it.
and this is a typo. It's actually water supervisor, and
Okay, I'm
in
sorry,
our-
I didn't hear that earlier. Okay.
yeah, there's the way that this widescreen turned out. It kind of, I think,
My
truncated
neck
some
is
of the position.
crooked. It
Yeah.
hurts a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. You guys, I know. Any other questions, comments, you guys, on this one?
I want to make a comment. I think we have a really good example in our audience. Andres was a part-timer, left, and when a full-time position opened up, he weighed all the benefits and things about Paramount, and he came back. So, you know, I think it's good that, you know, would you like to say anything, Andres?
We'll have a moment.
No, I was happy to see him back as a full-time employee, and that's one thing that, you know, I'm glad we're going to look towards in the future, because a lot of our value is in part-time employees, and we need to make sure that when we do have full-time positions, we look at our part-timers who know our city and have been, you know, an important part of our community development and relations. So thank you for coming back. I just wanted to say that.
You were added to the agenda, Andres. Okay. All right, guys, so that was a receive and file. So we will move on to item number 20.
And thank you, Doug. We
you, Doug.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Good night.
We move on to item number 20. So report, we're at introduction of the fiscal year 2022 proposed budget.
Yes, Madam Mayor, what a difference a year makes. Last year at this time when we introduced to you the budget, we were using phrases like unprecedented times, and there are many unknowns, and so on and so forth. And that truly was the case because of the pandemic. From a financial standpoint, it was certainly difficult to predict how much revenue we would even take in for that year because of the pandemic. From an expenditure standpoint, we basically presented to you a status quo budget. That is, we proposed very little increases across each of the departments from the previous year's budget. This upcoming fiscal year, which starts July 1st here in a few weeks, is much different. We actually see a lot more certainty and optimism this year. Couple this with the fact that we are entering into the second full year of receiving revenue from Measure Y, and things are looking even brighter. However, as you know, we're very conservative on how we approach our budget. We always feel we have to remain cautious because things can happen in a drop of a dime. So as a result, the fiscal year budget that we're introducing to you tonight includes a lot of improvement projects that will have to help us to address some deferred maintenance. And we're also making some purchases of equipment and accessories that will help to liven up our parks, some of our public spaces. And lastly, we're proposing some adjustments to our largest asset, and that is our employees. So as we do it every year, tonight, we're simply going to present to you an overview of the budget, which we call our introduction. We're simply asking at this point for the council to set the next council meeting date as the date for the full comprehensive review of the budget, where we'll go through it department by department. So with that, I will now turn it over to our finance director, Karina Liu, who will walk us through the introduction of the proposed fiscal year 22 budget. Karina?
Thank you, John. That was a great introduction. If it's necessary, I could move the podium, but let me know if this will work for all of you. So indeed, last year when we presented the budget, it was doom and gloom. We didn't know what would happen with the pandemic. Having Measure Y just became effective in July 2020. We had no idea how it's going to turn out, especially with the pandemic. Now we have almost a year data. We are very confident this next year, things going to turn out much better than what we anticipated this last year. So with that, this budget outlines our spending plan that continue to address the community needs and also position us to enter fiscal year 2022 fully operational. Before we get to fiscal year 22's budget, I'd like to review fiscal year 21 and what we have done and just give you some background. Fiscal 21 was totally COVID-19 mitigation driven. We have repurposed a lot of our resources to respond to COVID-19, including community mass distribution, food distribution, changing the senior programs, hosting vaccine sites, implemented al fresco program for businesses, public outreach, city newsletters, social media posts. We suspended all water shutoff and penalties, and we did a lot of COVID-19 accommodations at different facilities. In terms of public assistance, the following programs were implemented. We had a rental assistance program, mortgage assistance program, small business assistance program, homeless assistance. Also, we partnered with the school district for a tutoring program for those distance learning students. With that said, fiscal year 21 turned out better than expected. We are thinking that the surplus is going to be $650,000 at this time. Not only we are posting a surplus, we are able to replenish and preserve a few funds here, such as capital reserve, pension, and an equipment replacement fund. This was presented to you at mid-year budget a few months ago. We also made an extra additional payment toward unfunded liability to CalPERS for our pension. And honestly, we were able to do all that because of Measure Y. It brought in about $4.5 million additional resources. That is more than enough to offset the decrease in other revenues in many areas because of the pandemic. Additionally, in fiscal year 21, we also received some federal resources. We get about $680,000 CARES Act money and also about $800,000 CDBG CV money that allows us to do a lot of public assistance program. As we look forward, we are expecting COVID restrictions will be lifted soon. Hence, city will be able to operate back to normal operating levels. Last year, we tightened our belts due to the unknown caused by the pandemic. This year, we're proposing normal level of programs and services and lots of capital improvement projects. In terms of fees, same as last year, we're not recommending any increase for business license, animal license, or swap meet. This is the second year we're going to have Measure Y, and we are projecting about $5 million for next year. Measure Y continues to play a big part in our budgets. Second year in a row, truly really our saving grace. Also, recently we were awarded $19 million federal resources from the American Rescue Plan Act. We call it ARPA. We have yet to get the final guidelines as how to use this federal money. As you know, federal dollars always come with restrictions and a lot of strings attached. We have some ideas, but based on the current guideline, those projects may not materialize. But we are continuing to watch for the final guidelines and see what projects will be eligible and we can add to the budget. This is a city finances snapshot in 3 different funds. First is a general fund. This is the fund where the council has the most discretions. We are looking at a break-even budget this next year. And included in the general fund are aggressive capital improvement projects over $2.5 million funded by the general fund. As for restricted funds, as its name stated, these are the restricted funds. For example, gas tax, Measure A, Prop A and C funds that we can only use it for specific projects. And we are looking at a deficit. It's not really a real deficit. What it is we're saving up from prior years and we're using it for this year's projects. For water fund, it is a real deficit. We're projecting about $3 million deficit. And the reason is we shut down one well. And so we are not producing our own water. We are purchasing majority of our water, and purchasing is a lot more expensive than pumping it ourselves. We are posting, based on the information we have, we're projecting to continue to purchase water. And so we may post a $3 million deficit. That may create a negative fund balance for water fund for the first time. Again, this is based on what we know today. We're hoping situation may change. We may not need to purchase so much water. But when we talk about water, I will go through that in a little bit more detail. In terms of revenues, general fund is staying consistent with the current year. There is approximately $700,000 drop in the general fund, and it's really not a decrease. What it shows here is in the current year in blue bar, we have received about $680,000 CARES Act federal money. We put that into that blue bar. And so in next year, we're not projecting to receive that same money again. So that's the drop. But as far as other general fund revenues, we're about the same. Restricted funds, we are receiving a lot of grants for different projects, and so you see a big increase. And when we talk about capital improvement projects, you'll see the number of items that we have. In terms of water funds, we are predicting about the same revenues. The chart here is a history of city revenues in the past 10 years. The blue bar represents the general fund and the red represents restricted funds. Now you can see there's a big jump of general fund in fiscal year 21 current year, and that is really contributed by Measure Y. And we are expecting a significant amount of restricted funds in next fiscal year. So you see that the red portion in fiscal year 22 jump up a lot as well. When we break down the general fund and compare it in the past 10 years, red is the sales tax, the green portion is Measure Y, and the blue portion represents the rest of the general fund, such as MVLF, Motor Vehicle License Fee. The jump in fiscal year 21, once again, in the red portion, in the green portion is related to Measure Y. You see we have two green portions, one in fiscal year 21 and one in fiscal year 22. We kind of use the same chart, but this one is focusing on sales tax and Measure Y. The blue bar represents sales tax, and the red here is Measure Y. Motor Vehicle License Fee, MVLF, is now the second largest source of income. It has exceeded $7 million since fiscal year 21. Measure P was passed in fiscal year 16. We did get a bump in revenues initially, but it has slowly declined over the years. Both Measure P and Measure Y are a stable source of income for us. Is significant when you combine the two. It will continue to fund and maintain our essential services. In terms of expenditures, again, we're getting out of the status quo mode from fiscal year 21. When we go to 22, you'll see that we're proposing a lot of projects. You see an increase in the general fund expenditures. The increase here, about $2 million, is related to capital projects. For restricted funds, we are awarded with many different grants for different projects, such as the Rosecrans Bridge repair. We have the design, we have the grants awarded to us for the design cost. There were other street projects and other projects that will be using restricted funds. For water funds, the drop here is in expenditure for next year is really just representing the final phase of the construction of the well. This chart here shows the operating and capital projects using the general fund and restricted funds. With the help of Measure Y and restricted resources, we can see an increase in expenditures. Fiscal year 22, we have budgeted over $2.5 million of projects funded by general fund. Here is the operating expenditures among all operating departments. Public safety continues to be the focus, followed by public works. In community promotion, we budgeted a total of $445,000. The increase in fiscal year 22 may seem very small when compared to fiscal year 21, even though some of the events have been canceled in fiscal year 21. I want to point out that the small increase here is because in current year, we're funding double to a lot of organizations for their funding because of COVID. And so when we factor in, normal level of programs and services, it is not as big of an increase because current year we're increasing their funding for different organizations. Again, in general, we are expecting to restore all the programs and special events next year, including the recognition programs that listed here, and also we'll have new events that will be included in the budgets. In terms of human resources, we're proposing a 3% cost of living adjustment COLA across the board. Both full-time and part-time will be included. For classic employees, we are recommending they start contributing additional 2% towards their employee portion of the pension. We call it EPMC. Last year's cost of living adjustment was 0.97%. Other than that, we're proposing no other benefit change. Andrew has just presented the compensation study. As a result, 4 positions will be proposed to be adjusted in the next year's budget. In public safety, total budget is $13.75 million, a $620,000 increase when compared to the current year. Overall, the sheriff's contract has an increase from 1.45 to 1.72% increase. The liability trust fund will remain at 11% contribution. There were other contract increases, including public safety, such as crossing guards contract or animal licensing contracts. The department will continue to monitor, we do neighborhood watch, and continue to do the neighborhood preservation. Public safety, the total budget is about $5.44 million. They're budgeting an increase of $226,000 next year. No doubt this past year was all about mitigation for COVID-19 last year, but undoubtedly they're going to continue their efforts this coming year. And in addition, they will continue their STAR after school program, continue support for PEP, continue their program for seniors, and we continue the partnership. We have partnered with YMCA for aquatics and for youth programs, and the Long Beach Transit for buses. The department also responsible for park maintenance and improvements and facilities, and while special events really budgeted in community promotion, recreation really handles that. There is something new in the department. They will be adding adaptive recreation programs for special needs children in this upcoming year. In the planning department, the total budget is $3.65 million, a $267,000 decrease. The decrease reflects some of the federal dollars they receive in the current years for different public assistance programs, so it's not a real decrease for them. They continue to maintain the same level of services, continue their residential and commercial rehab program. They are going to continue their specific planned upgrade, and new to the department's budget is $100,000 air monitoring they're going to be handling this coming year. In Public Works is one of the biggest department. Total budget is $19.02 million, a $436,000 increase. The department will continue to maintain the current level of services, continue the sidewalk repairs program. Also in the department's budget is the environmental compliance that they need to do for storm water and solid waste. Currently, Public Works is in negotiation with Enterprise Company for a new leased vehicle program. In water utility, total budget is $11.04 million, an increase of $110,000 in a year. They will continue to finish the well construction in a few months, and they continue to monitor the PFAS level. water utility continues to pay for debt services related to the infrastructure needs, such as their water well construction. Of course, they'll continue to do installation of services in hydrant and continue the annual valve replacement program. We talked about the deficit earlier for water utility. Here is a snapshot of the financials. Revenue, we're expecting 9.5 million. The expenditures way outpace revenues. You can see very clear in here. Expenditures, because of purchased water, we're expecting to spend about $12.6 million. That creates a $3 million deficit. Currently, we have about $2 million in the bank, so that will bring us to a negative fund balance of $1 million. If and when this becomes a reality, we have a negative fund balance in the water fund, the city fund will come in and help loan to the water fund to help it keeping afloat. I just want to let you know that. We have many exciting capital improvement projects. This is a new chart I want to bring it to your attention. This shows you how much more we're doing comparing this year to the next year. Among street projects, this current year we're doing 4 million. Next year will be 15 million. Park projects, less than $1 million current year, almost 3 million next year. A big part of the park projects will be funded by the city general fund. We added a new category in the capital improvement projects category is the sustainability. I will show you some examples in the following slides. In the miscellaneous projects such as city yard roof repair, we're budgeting about $1 million next year. In terms of water, the drop in capital improvements was really showing just the well construction costs. We're spending a lot more this year than the next year. When we put the capital improvement projects in the pie chart, you can see we spend a lot more on streets. The next big category is it's park, sorry. And then we have water improvements. We have other projects or sustainability also. Here's a highlight of the projects under capital improvement projects. We continue arterial streets resurfacing, neighborhood streets improvements. We have new traffic signals coming in. We're installing new city entry monument signs. We continue traffic safety improvements. We're installing brand new bus stop shelters citywide. We're also converting another median to drought-tolerant plants. We'll continue to finish the well construction at Paramount Park. We'll be upgrading the playground. We'll be renovating the picnic shelter. We'll be upgrading the ball field lighting at Deuce Park. You'll see we'll upgrade the community orchard and renovating the restrooms. Progress Park, we're doing exteriors improvements, lighting upgrades, and interior as well. And Salute Park, we'll be replacing the walking track. Oh, sorry for my typo there. And we also will be doing gym improvements. We have other improvement projects here under miscellaneous, the yard roof replacement. We also have budgeted some emergency operating equipments in the budget using the ARPA money, the new federal American Rescue Plan money. At this point, it's unclear if they are all eligible. We have programmed them in using the ARPA money, but even when it doesn't pan out, we'll come back to the council and seek approval using different funds or postpone the projects. We also have included civic center fountain upgrades and other neighborhood enhancement programs. The new category in capital improvement project is the sustainability category. We will have EV charging stations, additional stations being installed. We want to do solar panels, solar power storage at City Yard. Paramount Park, once again, we'll have interior and exteriors LED lighting installation, City Hall as well, and we'll have HVAC upgrade at Paramount Gym. This is the surplus for current year and next year for the general fund. As you can see, we have replenished quite a few reserves in the current year. We're still posting a surplus of $650,000. And for next year, we're proposing a break-even budget. This is the reserves I was talking about. Capital reserve, at the end of this year, in fiscal year 21, we're anticipating about $2.5 million. In PERS, that's the funds that I want to set up a trust for. We have about $2 million. and equipment replacement fund, we have saved up about $1.58 million. And this is a history of surpluses in the past 10 years. It's all in the black. In terms of ending fund balance, this means the money we have saved up in the bank for rainy days. General fund, we have over 13 million. Restricted funds, we still have $12 million for special projects. Water fund is projecting a deficit. It will be negative 1 million at this time. For successor agency, we continue to wind down the affairs of the former redevelopment agencies. The budget here reflects the enforceable obligations on our ROBS, which is a recognized obligation schedule, and the tax increment we expect to receive will be able to pay for those obligations. As for housing authority, the budget here is really a holdover of the former redevelopment agency's low and moderate housing funds. We have only very limited ways to spend the funding in fiscal year 21. A small budget is included in fiscal year 22 using this fund. With that, as John mentioned, this is just an overview and introduction of next year's budget. We're proposing to establish June 22nd as a second detailed review for fiscal year 22's budget. With that, me along with other department heads will be ready to answer any questions you may have.
Madam Mayor, if I may add just a couple points. The first point being that in regards to the cost of living adjustment, just to clarify one thing, it does apply to all full-time and part-time employees with the exception of the STAR program employees. Their raises are tied to the state grant. Yeah, so I just wanted to make that part clear. In regards to the water fund, yes, it is in a deficit. It's not something that we are excited about, obviously. We do not like operating in a deficit. But that goes with the assumption that we will be purchasing water, a large amount of water from the Metropolitan Water District. So we are discussing ways to possibly curtail that purchase of water by other means, and that should be coming before the council in the next couple of weeks, maybe a couple months, maybe. It also doesn't assume that there are any water rate increases to ratepayers, if I'm not mistaken, correct? The budget as it stands does not assume any new rate increases,
No, we did not.
correct? So we mentioned a water rate study to the city council, and that's coming up in July. So we will have a full comprehensive report on the restructuring of our water rates with the potential for a rate increase that could offset some of the deficit that we presented to you tonight. So I just want to make those two things clear.
Okay, so before I turn it over to to other council for discussion, there's a couple things that I do want to talk about for the budget that I'd like to actually get some consensus from my council members. I would like to see if we could actually get a new line item or like a miscellaneous line item under memberships. There are organizations out there that we are not a part of at this moment that provide more education for council members. So I'd like to see if if the council would be interested if we're able to add under memberships I guess it would be like a miscellaneous item at this moment until if you guys would be interested.
For what kind of membership?
So like if there was so right now we have for like the COG, we have SCAG memberships, but there's other organizations that we are not a part of. And at a time that maybe we feel that there's something that we should be a part of, we should have a line item on the budget to say we would like to join this as a membership. So looking to you guys.
I don't have any problem putting it on as a line item as long as each membership is considered by the council before
Absolutely.
approval.
No, that's right. Yeah.
I don't mind setting money aside and then, bring it to the council and we'll look at the cost benefit and vote on it, then I'm fine with it.
Did the council have any amount in mind that we would put in there?
Well, I mean, I think you'd have to see, because I mean, I think some organizations, you do it by council member or by all of us together, by
council, right?
years,
Or by city or
by
whatever.
city,
Mhm.
right? So can we just get some?
Yeah, I'll
maybe
get some ballpark numbers and then
Okay.
we'll present that to you at the next meeting.
Okay, that'd be great.
But it sounds like there's a consensus to do that. Okay.
Yes.
Yep, we'll do that.
And the second item that you guys really wanted to have a discussion about was, John, I think me and you have had a couple of these discussions regarding speaking to the staff about where we would put a percentage somewhere regarding adult sports. So,
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have had conversations about that, and I've discussed it internally with staff. And we're developing a way to exhibit to the public and to council how much we do provide on a monetary basis for adult sports, whether it be park supervision or the maintenance of equipment that's there, or just whatever it be that it's tied to
Correct.
that. So
Category
we,
that's
we
tied.
definitely are working on that.
Okay.
And we should have that.
Just want it broken out, is that what you're saying?
well, what happens is I think it's more of a percentage. Peggy, I mean, there are like factors and categories that are associated that we're currently doing for adult sports. I mean, like I said, in a sense of when we start adult baseball or co-ed softball, there's going to be some type of funding going through this, right?
That's what I'm saying, you want it broken out to where it shows what percentage or
It
what
would be a
dollar amount
correct.
goes towards adult
Staff
sports.
time,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So it wouldn't be necessarily a line item in the budget that would say adult sports, but what Mayor Olmos is referring to is, how, can you break down for us how much do we think we truly spend on adult sports each and every year? So we're going to come up with that number just to show. So.
But
So
do
it's
we
not a
want to
budget line
identify?
item, it's just a report.
Correct.
But I think we also want to identify what we do have available for adult sports.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
In the report, correct?
Yes.
Not as a line item?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's all I have, you guys. If there's anything you guys have?
I have one question, Madam
Sure.
Mayor. Just for clarity, if one of the items, I think it was in the employee benefit where you talked about the COLAs, and then you said classic employee contribution 2%, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Correcto?
We're referring
There
to
we go.
the.
So my question just was, it says 2% of what the employee usually pays, that bumping that contribution up, correct?
Yeah, so the,
Employee
you wanna
EMC
answer that?
reduction of
Yeah. So this is, if I may, give me about a minute to do like a quick CalPERS 101, and then Karina can back me up. So the employee paid member contribution, that's one of about 4 or 5 different charges that CalPERS sends us as a city on a monthly basis to say this is what it costs all your 90 full-time employees to be a part of our system. The EPMC is a totally optional benefit that we offer to our employees. The employees, based on our formula 2.5 at 55, CalPERS, an actuary, actually said, this is what you as an employee, a Paramount City full-time employee, needs to pay us to stay a part of this system. And that, based on that formula, is about 8%. Historically, at 2 years ago, we reduced our contribution to that. It's a completely optional benefit contribution that the city pays for the member portion. We're proposing to reduce that by 2%, for the reasons that Karina stated. Is currently we're one of very few, only a couple cities in the area that still do that. Since the Public Employee Pension Reform Act of 2013, PEPRA, they don't even allow that anymore.
That's what I'm confused about right there, is because I was going to say, how does this line up with the 2013 contribution by employees? What's the difference here?
Great question.
yeah, Pepper employees, their employee portion is 7%
Right.
because they have different formula. Classic employees, the employee portion is 8%. Currently, the city pays 6% for the employee portion. And this budget, we are proposing the employees pick up 2 additional percent. So among the 8% of employee portion, 4% still paid by the city, and the other 4% will be paid by the employee.
And to add to that, what PEPRA did in 2013 is it created 2 classes of employees. PEPRA, which is all those employees that became CalPERS members after 2013, and then classic employees, everyone that was members before 2013. So the portion that we're paying the EPMC is for all those classics before. We can't even do that now for PEPRAs, for anyone after PEPRA, 2013.
So can I ask a question on that? Are you guys?
No,
is that
I'm
okay?
sorry, because I still don't
Go ahead.
understand it.
Yeah, it's very complicated, but
So
So there,
the 2%, because it says reduction for classic, and I thought the classic employees were the after 2013s that we couldn't pay anything towards. No, the classics are the before 2013s. So the before 2013s, you're talking about, I thought we already paid their full amount, the befores.
the befores we are currently paying their amount. It's not the full amount because back in 2018 we decided that
We reduced it by 2.
exactly. So the employee has to pick up 2% of it.
Right.
So we're going to
And
do
now
that
you want to
again.
give it back?
No. We're going to do that again, and we're going to bring it to where the employee now pays a 4%.
Why does it say reduction?
Because
EPMC
2%
Yeah,
EPMC reduction for the classic. That
Yes.
sounds like you're going to reduce their contribution.
we're reducing the amount that the city pays on their behalf.
Okay. that's where I was
EPMC actually
confused.
stands for employer paid
Employer.
I
member
remember
contribution.
When we did that in 2018, it was supposed to be the start
Correct.
of a
Yep.
gradual
So we're
reduction
going back to that
get them
again.
on the
Yeah.
same level. So, but the way it read, I was taking it that it was an employee benefit because it's with 3% COLA.
Oh,
so
got it.
you see?
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, why are we doing that when we set out on this
Right.
track?
yeah,
in
so this would be the second time we're doing that,
Exactly.
and we're reducing the employer paid member contribution. So we're
Right, by
the city-
2%, which is the path we set out on when we went to do this. Okay, it was the position it was in when it was aligned with the
Sure.
COLA that confused
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done, Lori. I get it.
Right. So what I was going to say is, well, everybody's getting a 3% COLA raise. Technically, the classic employee is only getting a 1% raise because they're having to take 2% and pay into that, which you guys know how I feel about taking away without giving anything back. There's a term for that, but I'm not going to use it. So with that being said, I know all of the classic employees don't have a union, and I'm not being a cheerleader for the union. I'm simply saying, did the city go into negotiations with those that have the union representation for this 2% reduction?
Yes, we actually did begin the meet and confer process with them. So there's a few details, procedural details that we're still waiting on, but we expect those well in advance of the next time we bring this to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that great discussion, can I go ahead and entertain a motion, please?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Quer Stallings and a second by Lemons to establish June 22nd for further review and adoption of the fiscal year 2022 proposed budget. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo?
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen?
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Quer Stallings?
Yes.
Mayor Olmos?
Yes. All right, at this time, we're going to be moving on to comments by council members. I'll go ahead and start with Councilmember Guillen.
Okay, just one topic. 4 years ago, we talked about hexavalent chromium a whole lot up here on city council and throughout the city. It was a huge topic and how Chrome 6 impacts our community. And I just want to reiterate with the community that with the current situation, we as a city council and then independently, I've met with AQMD board members and I'm still advocating for our monitors to go back up and into operation. And one of the things I talked about probably 3 years ago, I mentioned that Europe had phased out chromium 6 in that country and that we were trying to bring that here into the United States. I'm urging everyone to call Supervisor Janice Hahn's office because, as the council is aware of, she's introducing legislation, better late than never, right? Introducing legislation to phase out chromium-6, the process that releases the toxins into the air. So if you get a chance as a resident or an employee who works in the city or anybody who's impacted by that toxin, I urge you to call or email her office to say that we are on that on that same page where we want change and we want to move forward. And with science the way that it is, I think we're moving in a positive direction to phase out Chrome 6. And I mentioned this to our mayor, and she concurs, and we're putting together a letter from the city to do the same thing, send that letter to Han's office. Perfect. So I just want to, reassure the community we're still on that wagon.
Can I just want to ask staff a question while that's fresh with what Councilmember Gann said. If somebody could give us some information back, back when this got brought up a few years ago, as Councilmember Gann said, I actually tried to do some research regarding it myself of what happened in Europe. I actually spoke to Councilmember Gann's planning commissioner at the time, who was very vocal on the point. And the information that was sent to me, and I've tried to get this from a couple other sources, so I think it's really important, especially if we're going to take positions on this, that we understand it, was what was banned in Europe was hexavalent chromium as a product. And how I say that is like, let's take the movie Aaron Brockovich. That was an actual physical liquid product, could come in other forms. I don't know, don't propose to be an expert on this. They used to use it in tanning. It was being dumped in their water supply. That's what was banned in Europe. The problem that we've had thus far, that we've been made aware of anyway, for hexavalent chromium in our community, is a byproduct of grinding.
Right.
Okay? So I was actually reading the information from Han, and that's what I wanted to understand, because they're talking about eliminating the use of. So are we talking about the liquid product that's already banned in Europe and actually in some other states in the US, or are we talking about the byproduct of an action, which comes from the grinding and heating? And when we're
quenching as well.
Huh?
And quenching as well.
Yeah.
Quenching it in the bath.
Well, and as we found out during, that process, 100 other sources.
Correct.
So I'm not quite sure what we're talking about, which is when you talk about taking a position on the letter, what is she talking about? Is she talking about the liquid application and the actual physical use of that? Because I don't understand how you ban the byproduct of an action, because as we know, it comes in sawing concrete. We're going to eliminate, cutting up our streets and doing replacements, It comes from catalytic converters. It comes from heat. So I just would like clarity on this position.
Sure, absolutely. Mr. Carver has had his planner, one of his staff members, tuning into the hearings that have been taking place. It's actually stemming from the California Air Resources Board. They are coming up with a regulation that would eliminate this. And in what form of it, I'll have John Carver explain that to you in a minute.
That yet, John?
They've come up with a draft rule. Expected that CARB is going to vote on it in December. What Councilmember Guillen was discussing is that the LA County Board of Supervisors is contemplating sending a letter of support to CARB, to the California, California, in support of their
But again,
rule.
Of
so
what?
there we go. So
That's where the
we'll
clarity-
segue to
that's where I
Mr.
want the
Carver.
clarity.
Sure. So the first one deals with it's called hard and decorative chromium electroplating. So that's one thing that would be phased out by June 30th.
So that's like the liquid application that I'm talking about? Because electroplating,
I don't think that refers to like dipping it in a vat. Electroplating would involve like electrical current to put the liquid onto something.
yeah, baking the liquid on.
Sure.
But
something-
is the liquid hexavalent chromium? Because that makes sense to me. That's what was banned in Europe.
It's
that-
the
that
process.
application,
So,
not the
right.
not the process, and that's what I want to be clear about.
Okay, so I'll just read it. It says, no person shall install or operate a new hexavalent hard and decorative chromium electroplating facility our new hard hexavalent chromium electroplating facility after June 30th, 2022.
Doesn't answer the question.
Yeah, okay, so that's one. Let me read the next one. Electroplating tanks would be prohibited for decorative hexavalent chromium after 2024. The next thing that would go out would be another tank for hard hexavalent chromium electroplating. That would go out by 2028. And then finally, chromic acid anodizing tanks would be prohibited by 2033.
So it sounds like the liquid process.
Yes.
I mean, what? Yeah,
It's
that
not,
makes sense.
it doesn't involve the grinding with
Which
the
is
total.
what our issue was.
Right.
Yeah, because that's where the process came in when we're looking for solutions a few years ago, and it's like, okay, great, and I started, researching the European thing, and how did they solve the heat reduction issue, which comes with hexavalent chromium, and that hadn't been resolved, but they had resolved the liquid issue. So I think it's time we caught up with them on that. That makes perfect sense. But the other one, if we were going there, I wanted to understand how we were going to get to that place. Okay, I'm clear. Thank you.
So I just want to clarify that, yeah, in Paramount, we did have the grinding issue.
Yeah.
But we also have the anodizing where, like John mentioned, they melt the metal into the vats for the cooling system, and that was releasing the toxins, and those are by anodizing, the anodizing industry. So we were affected by both the grinding and the cooling of the melted metal.
Yeah, I
but
get it.
both
It's just that one
released.
has an answer and one doesn't in all the research I found, and that's why I wanted to know exactly what we were supporting. There was a way to control one, there wasn't a way to control the other yet. So that's why I wanted to be clear on what industries were impacting.
And you know what, in Janice Hahn's letter on the bottom, wasn't there also recommendations? She noted out some recommendations as well to what you just stated? Because, I mean, you're asking, like, how's it going to be fixed or what the process
No,
is?
I wanted to know if the industries that they're talking about, which kind of product application they're talking about. Because in doing the European research, they had dealt with basically the physical element of, not the byproduct of.
Right,
And that's what I wanted clarity on. As when she says elimination, what's she talking about? And if so, it's a problem of always putting the cart before the horse. And if so, where is that? Because I looked everywhere for that research when it came out years ago. And like I said, even contacted the commissioner who had done a couple articles on it. And then he said, oh, you're absolutely right. It doesn't have to do with the application. It has to do with the grinding. And I said, okay, because that's what I found. And I wanted to be clear. If you have something else, please send it to me. So I didn't know if we were in new territory again, didn't want to lag behind on understanding what we're about to enter into.
Right.
Thank you.
No, I'm good.
All right. Councilmember Aguayo?
Yeah, just a couple of things actually. Thank you actually to the IT team that really made it possible for me to be on the meeting today remotely. I was kind of breaking my head over how I was going to be there. But, and I promised I won't make a habit out of it. Today was just one of those days. So thanks again for that. And the other thing is just for our residents, if you still haven't been vaccinated, take advantage of all the opportunities that the city's offering. I mean, it's in our city, it's here. Take advantage of it. That's really it for me. Have a good night, and God bless everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember Aguayo. Vice Mayor Claire Stallings?
I just wanted the same thing that Councilmember Aguayo was saying, take advantage of our vaccinations at this present time, and also our young adults and young high school students to get vaccinated and take advantage of the $20 gift card that Parks and Recreation is giving out also. So anyway, and hopefully you'll get vaccinated before the new school year starts. I also like to thank the Elks Lodge for having that Memorial Day. It was very touching. Mayor Olmos and I attended, and it was very, very touching. And thank the servicemen that have given their lives here from the city of Paramount. I really, it's very touching. It was always very touching to my dad being a World War II veteran, and now I kind of feel what he felt. I mean, I never served in the military, but I know my dad took it very close to heart. And attended the Friday night market. It was beautiful to see quite a few of our residents out. So many vendors. There were a few more vendors than I've usually seen. And thank you to all the city employees who are involved in that. It was exciting to see the Rebel football team organization. A young lady and I think an older lady came out and told my granddaughters to try out for cheer. And I've been trying to encourage that. And they're like, no, I'd rather play sports. But I thought it was really nice because they came out and they said, yeah, just come and do a couple moves with us. So that was really encouraging for me to encourage them. And last, there was a couple of businesses, John, that approached me and asked me if there's still assistance helping the small business owners. Are we still giving out?
How much would you think we have available left over from the original grant amount, John?
At this point, we have enough applications to spend the money we had budgeted.
The money we have. However, with the new American Rescue Plan Act money that we're getting, we're looking to see if there's any restrictions for giving out business grants. So there might be some on the horizon. So we're still hopeful that we can give out more grants. So we will definitely let the council know.
Okay. And last, a resident called me and told me that there was an incident at Parks and Recreation last week where a car hit one of our fences or gates. Did it happen?
We're all looking at each other.
Dave was out, but yeah, we talked about that. I believe there was a traffic collision right in front of the city yard that.
At the city yard, yeah.
Or in front of
Yeah,
the
so
city yard.
Adriana
Okay.
might have.
Yeah. Well,
All that interesting stuff happens when I'm gone.
Okay, because she lives close by. Actually, she lives by Lori, and she told me, Velma, what happened? And this and that. I heard all the noise, and I'm like, I don't know. And I told her, well, next time you can call the substation, and you can always ask. But anyway, thank you. Congratulations to all our Paramount graduates. I wish you nothing but the best. May God bless you on your continued journey, and each and every one of you, and all our staff who are fathers. Happy Father's Day, and to all our fathers out in the community, and including my son-in-laws and my husband. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We'll move over to Councilmember Lemons.
Madam Mayor, I have no reports, but I will add all of my congratulations to Councilmember Cuevas.
Absolutely. I have just a couple remarks for tonight. Just little committee reports for Contract Cities Association. We actually have a new president, Mark Warnick, from the mayor of City of Lomita will be our new president this year. I will continue to serve on the executive committee, and actually I'll be chairing the public safety committee this year. So
Well, there you go.
Adriana, can't go. Couple other things. Staff and I have been very busy the last couple of weeks. John and I met with Congresswoman Lucia Roboy Allard, Speaker Anthony Rendon, Supervisor Janice Hahn. Andrew and I met with Governor Newsom's office a couple days ago. It's really good just to reach out to our elected officials just to let them know how Paramount's doing, where we're at, and what we need, and what resources we need for our residents. And actually, we'll be meeting with Senator Lena Gonzalez in a couple of weeks and hopefully inviting her to our pitch in Paramount to come in and help us out. Regarding air monitoring, I know Councilmember Guillen mentioned it as well. I know she reached out to Rex Richardson, Vice Mayor of Long Beach, as well as I did, just to let him know that, we really need him to advocate for us in regards to the air monitoring for Paramount. So again, thank you for reaching out to him. I appreciate you having that conversation with him. And again, it's still in conversation. I know John's been working still with Wayne Nestry on that, but again, we just want to let the residents know that we are working on that. And again, just like Vice Mayor said, congratulations to all the students, and congratulations to April Villanueva for an award, commendation that she fully deserves. So with that said, John, I'll leave it over to you for staff comments.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two. June 15th is coming up, and that is the target date that the governor has placed on the reopening for the state of California. So what that means for us, we're not quite sure yet. We are waiting for the regulations to come out and more specific guidance from the state of California and LA County Health Department. But it does mean that we will no longer be doing temperature checks here at the front counter at City Hall. We anticipate that our facilities will be open once again for rental, with probably capacity limits. Maybe we'll see. Again, we don't have the full regulations. I believe our community services staff is going to tune into a conference call with LA County Health this week. So hopefully they'll learn to see what the regulations are. Once we know all that, our plan is to get as much information out to the residents as possible. But we're hopeful that this will be the return to a normalcy, and we can start having our concerts in the park, which are outdoors. So that definitely helps. The next thing I was going to do is introduce, and he was kind of already introduced, our newest full-time employee, community services. Is happy to welcome back Mr. Andres Gonzalez. Andres, why don't you stand up? I'm sure everybody can see you. There's nobody in the audience but our lieutenant. Lieutenant, can you see him? Andres is a Paramount resident. He's resided here for 20 years. He's a proud Paramount Pirate, class of 2013. He started in local government, like I said, in our community services department back in 2014. He was a part-timer with the Star After School program, and then he moved over to the city of Southgate, where he was a full-time recreation coordinator. So he'll be working in our community services department as a recreation specialist. He holds a bachelor's degree in public relations and advertising from Cal State Dominguez Hills. Some of his hobbies include traveling, trying out different food and coffee spots, and just enjoying time with his friends and family. And some of his goals are to go back to school to get a master's degree and continue to grow personally and professionally. So as the council mentioned too, we as staff are very happy to have a valuable team and member back on our crew. So welcome, Andres. So, and that's it. Yes, that's it, ma'am.
All right. So with that said, we will go ahead and adjourn at this moment to our successor agency, Paramount Redevelopment. If I can go to roll call of council members, please.
Councilmember Aguayo.
Here.
Councilmember Guillen.
Here.
Councilmember Lemons.
Here.
Vice Mayor Cuellar Stallings.
Here.
Mayor Olmos.
I'm here. Do we have any public comments at this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay, can I go ahead and get a motion to approve the consent calendar, please?
So moved.
Second, Aguayo.
So we have a motion and a second. Do I need a roll call?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Councilmember Aguayo.
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen.
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cuellar Stallings.
Yes.
Mayor Olmos.
Yes. We have the new business of approval of the debt management policy, which we went over already, and the report of introduction to fiscal. So with that said, I'll go ahead and adjourn to the Housing Authority meeting. We'll adjourn this meeting till June 22nd at 5 p.m., but I'll go ahead and adjourn to the Housing Authority now.
Okie dokie. Can I get a roll call of council members?
Commissioner Aguayo.
Here.
Commissioner Lemons.
Here.
Commissioner Olmos.
Here.
Vice Chair Cuellar Stallings.
Here.
Chair Guillen.
Here. Any public comments?
No, ma'am.
Okay, under new business, approval of minutes.
So
Motion.
moved.
Second, anyone?
No second.
Have a first and a second. Roll call.
Councilmember Aguayo.
Yes.
Commissioner Lemons.
Yes.
Commissioner Olmos.
Yes.
Vice Chair Cuellar Stallings.
Yes.
Chair Guillen.
Yes. And then it says, as item number 2, a report, introduction of fiscal year 2022 proposed budget, and we covered
did
that.
yes.
So we're good. Do I need a motion to receive and file that?
John, yeah.
Motion to receive and
So
file?
moved.
Second.
First and second, roll call?
Commissioner Aguayo.
Yes.
Commissioner Lemons.
Yes.
Commissioner Olmos.
Yes.
Vice Chair Cuellar Stallings.
Yes.
Chair Guillen.
Yes. Any comments from staff or commissioners?
No, ma'am.
If none, a meeting to adjourn on June 22nd at 5 p.m. and we're going to adjourn to finance.
Okay, that's me. Can we get a roll call, please?
Director Lemons,
Here.
Director Olmos,
Here.
Director Claire Stallings,
Here.
Vice Chair Guillen,
Here.
Chair Aguayo.
Here. Okay. Any public comments?
No, ma'am.
Okay. To the new business I have on here. So. Okay, so it says, need a motion for approval of minutes.
So moved, Lemons.
Second, almost.
Okay, first and a second. Can I get a roll call, please?
Director Lemons,
Yes.
Director Olmos,
Yes.
Director Claire Stallings,
Yes.
Vice Chair Guillen,
Yes.
Chair Aguayo.
Yes. And then the approval of debt management policy, we already went through that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But we do need,
So,
we
Move
need a
approval,
motion.
Lemons.
Motion?
Move approval, Lemons.
Second, almost.
Okay, give me a roll call on that?
Director Lemons,
Yes.
Director Olmos,
Yes.
Director Claire Stallings,
Yes.
Vice Chair Guillen,
Yes.
Chair Aguayo.
Yes. Okay, and with that, we will adjourn our meeting.
Go ahead and adjourn that back to the city council, and at this time, I'd like to call back to order the city council, and we will actually move into closed session.
Yes, ma'am.
We all set?
We're set.
Yes, Madam Mayor. The City Council did conduct a duly authorized closed session under the Government Code. There were 2 items on closed session agenda. The first one was conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8. Property involved 16247 Vermont Avenue, City of Paramount. Agency negotiator, City Manager John Moreno. Negotiating parties, Larry Carlton, and under negotiation with Price. The second item was conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8, property located at 16280 Paramount Boulevard, Suite C. Agency negotiator, City Manager. Negotiating parties, NAIA Capital, La Monarca. Under negotiation was the Price. The City Council did discuss both items. However, there was no action taken which requires publication at this time. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. So with that said, we will go ahead and adjourn our council meeting till June 22nd, 2021 at 5 p.m. Everybody have a good evening.